Good afternoon and welcome to the live proceedings of the Senate on this second day of May. The year is 2023. A broadcast of the Senate brought to you courtesy of the collaboration between the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. There is matters, motions and bills to be considered by the Senate this afternoon. And in the order paper this afternoon, the Senate Leader of Majority Party will be moving the procedural motion on the reduction of the publication period for the county allocation of revenue bill. This is bill number 16 of the year 2023. And in this particular bill, it is that pursuant to the standing orders number 139 of the Senate resolves to reduce the publication period of the county allocation of revenue bill from 7 days to 5 days. The county allocation of revenue bill, bill number 16 of the year 2023, will today be read for the first time before the floor of the Senate. And this particular bill will be tabled by the chairperson, Standing Committee on Matters Finance and Budget. This being a bill that ensures there is allocation of funds to various counties. Let me take you through the memorandum and objections as well as reasons for this particular bills. And in the principal object of this particular bill are the memoranda section. Section 5 of this particular bill seeks to provide for the budget ceiling for the recurrent expenditure for county governments, and this is in accordance with Section 107, subsection 2A of the Public Finance Management Act number 18 of 2012. Section 6 of this particular bill provides for the modalities of fundings as well as transferred functions. And under Section 7, the bill provides for the publishing of monthly reports by the national government on actual transfers of all allocations to county governments. The bill further provides for the respective county treasury to reflect the total allocations for the national government separately in the county finance bill, as well as reflect all transfers in the book of accounts. Section 10 of this particular bill provides for the use of the third determination of the basis of the allocation of revenue among counties as approved by Parliament, and this is pursuant to Article 217, subsection 7 of the Constitution. This particular bill is by the chairperson, Budget and Finance Committee, who is the Senator for Mandera County, Senator Ali Roba. After that particular bill has been tabled, the House will then move on to consider the Equalization Fund Appropriations Bill, this being Bill number 3 of the year 2023, by the Chair Standing Committee on Matters Finance and Budget. Senators will be resuming this particular debate that was interrupted on the 27th of April. According to the order paper, it appears that the senators have concluded debate on this particular bill, and the mover will be called upon to reply this afternoon. The adoption of the report of the Select Committee on the Delegated legislation on its consideration of the statutory instruments exemptions from the expiry regulations of 2022 is a motion before senators this afternoon, and this particular motion is by the chairperson, Select Committee on Matters Delegated Legislation. The Prompt Payment Bill, Bill number 8 of the year 2022, is another bill that senators will be considering this afternoon, as well as the Employment Amendment Bill, Bill number 11 of the year 2022 by Senator Samson Cherargei. The Startup Bill by nominated Senator Crystal Asige is also another bill that senators will be looking into this afternoon. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, is the one presiding over the business of the Senate this afternoon. I now hand you over for the live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing.
Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in such just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, currently presiding over the business of the Senate, has directed the Sergeant at Arms to read or to ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes. And this is to give some more room to senators to make their way into the chamber this afternoon. According to the rules of the Senate, the sittings is supposed to commence at 2:30 p.m. and owing to the fact that there is no quorum at the moment, a 10-minute period has been given by the Speaker to allow more senators make their way into the chamber. Let's now continue having a look at their order paper this afternoon, where senators are also set to consider the Tea Amendment Bill. This is Bill number 1 of the year 2023 by Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei. This particular bill is currently at the second stage. The Konza Technopolis Bill, Bill number 2 of the year 2023, is another bill that senators will be considering this afternoon. And this particular bill is by nominated Senator Gloria Roba. And similarly, senators will be considering another business by Senator Gloria Oroba, and this is a motion on the provision of free sanitary towels to end period poverty in the country. In this particular bill, or in this particular motion rather, the senator seeks to have the Senate resolve that the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, in partnership with the Ministry of Education as well as the Council of Governors, facilitate the provision of feminine hygiene products in all public schools. That the trio ensures that all schools that do not have bathrooms that facilitate privacy, cleanliness, and proper disposal of hygiene products are properly equipped, as well as create awareness and take advocacy measures on the reproductive health issues related to period poverty. Finally, that the trio, and this is the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, as well as the Council of Governors, do ensure that sanitary products will be obtainable in a timely, consistently, and in a way that respects the dignity of the concerned persons. The doping menace threatening Kenya's impeccable global reputation in matter athletics is a motion by Nandi Senator Samson Chirargei that senators will be resuming debate on, and this particular motion was interrupted on 14th March. The year is 2023, and debate on this particular motion has a balance of 2 hours and 40 minutes. The compensation of Kenyan victims in the 1998 bombing of the United States is another motion by Senator for Machakos County, Senator Agnes Kavindu, that senators will be making their contribution on this afternoon. Pursuant to standing orders of the Senate, and this is standing orders number 53, subsection 1, various senators will be seeking statements from the standing committees of the House. The senator for Embu County, Senator Alexander Mundigi, will be seeking a statement from the standing committee on matters land, environment, and natural resources regarding the destruction of crops by wildlife in Embu County. Senator Chrysol Asige will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Matters Labor and Social Welfare concerning the management as well as collection of music royalties in Kenya. The nominated Senator Hamida Kibwana will equally be seeking statement from the Committee on Health, and the statement is in regards to allegations of shortage of oxygen in emergency care facilities in the country. The senator for Kirinyaga County, Senator James Murango, will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the circumstances surrounding the amputation of baby Ridwan Yasir Nur, whose fingers were amputated in Kirugoya County Referral Hospital. Pursuant to standing orders of the Senate, standing order number 52, subsection 1, the senator for Nandi County, Senator Samson Cherargei, will be making a statement on the good performance by Kenyan athletes in London as well as Boston marathons. Various reports will also be tabled before the Senate this afternoon, and these particular reports are a report from the Office of the Auditor General on the financial statements of various county assemblies in regards to the way they utilized funds allocated to them in the financial year ended June 2022. The report of the 146th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, popularly known as IPU, and related meetings held in Manama, Kingdom of Bahrain, from the 11th to 15th of March, is a report that will be tabled before the floor of the Senate this afternoon. The senators will also consider the agricultural as well as livestock extension services bill. This is a bill by nominated Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda. This particular bill is currently at the second stage, and this is bill number 12 of the year 2022. The Manx bill, bill number 13 of the year 2022, is a bill at the second stage, and we expect senators to make their contribution in regards to this particular bill and what it seeks to achieve. This particular bill is by Kitui Senator, Senator Enoch Wamboa. The Senate this afternoon is also set to consider the adoption of the report of the Select Committee on the delegated legislation on its consideration of the statutory instruments, matters to do with the exemption from expiry regulations of the year 2022. And this is a motion by the chairperson, Select Committee on Delegated Legislation. In this particular motion, The senators have raised the requisite number to commence business this afternoon. I now hand you over for the live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
Quorum, kindly stop the bell, and clerk, proceed to call the first order, please.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, standing orders number 43, 44, and 45 provide for the preparation, publication, and circulation of the Senate order paper, the weekly program of the Senate business, as well as the sequence in which the business shall be disposed of. The Office of the Clerk prepares the order paper and publishes it in the parliamentary website, and also circulates to all senators via other electronic means on the eve of the sitting. This is done so as to, inter alia, allow senators with business on the order paper to prepare adequately. Honorable Senators, in the past few weeks, there have been several cases where senators are not in the chamber to prosecute the businesses, including statements, bills, motions, and amendments to bills. This situation has made it necessary for the chair to defer such business and thereby inconveniencing fellow senators. This action has led to some business clogging the order paper, with a number of statements, motions, and bills being a permanent feature in the order paper. This matter was deliberated upon at a meeting of the Senate Business Committee held today, 2nd of May 2023, where the committee observed with concern that incidents of lack of movers have become more frequent and persistent. This state of affairs has the potential of derailing the legislative mandate of the Senate. The committee urged that I make a communication on this matter today. Now, Honorable Senator, Standing Order number 256 states as follows. A senator intending to travel outside Kenya, whether in an official or private capacity, shall give to the Speaker a written notice to that effect, indicating A, the destination intended to be visited, B, the dates of the intended travel and period of absence from Kenya, and C, the email, telephone contact, postal, or physical address of the senator during the period of absence from Kenya. It should also be noted that under Article 103, 1B of the Constitution, the office of a member of parliament becomes vacant if during any session of parliament, the member is absent from 8 sittings of the relevant house without permission, in writing from the Speaker, and is unable to offer satisfactory explanation for the absence to the relevant committee. Going forward, failure to adhere to these provisions will result in the application of Standing Order 64.3, which states as follows. Where no senator moves the motion, and indeed any other business belonging to that senator, at the time specified by or under these standing orders, such motion shall not be published again in the order paper during the same session, except where the leave of the Speaker is sought. Honorable Senators, I urge all senators to observe the provisions of the aforementioned standing orders and ensure they are available in the House to prosecute their business as scheduled in the order paper. Movers of amendments to bills who will not be in the chamber at the required time shall also be subjected to the provisions of Standing Order 64.3, translating to the amendments being dropped, and consideration of the bill will proceed without amendments. Kindly be guided accordingly. Thank you. Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. Senator Kathuri Murungi was supposed to lay a paper. I don't know whether he has indicated this to the Majority Leader. Okay, so then we proceed to lay the papers by the Majority Leader.
By our athletes at the Tata Consultancy Services TCS London Marathon, which saw Kelvin Kiptum become the second fastest marathon runner of all time by knocking 12 seconds off the previous course record held by fellow Kenyan Eliud Kipchoge, and also breaking the course record by clocking 2 hours, 1 minute and 25 seconds. Kiptum won the men's race by almost 3 minutes ahead of his compatriot Geoffrey Kamworor, who clocked 2 hours, 4 minutes and 23 seconds. It is worth noting that Eliud Kipchoge, who holds the world marathon record of 2 hours, 1 minute and 9 seconds set at the Berlin Marathon in Germany. In the women's marathon, Sifan Hassan of Netherlands came first, clocking 2 hours, 18 minutes and 33 seconds, while Olympics champion Peris Chepchirchir finished third. Mr. Speaker, sir, on 17 April 2023, Evans Chebet became the first athlete to win back-to-back in Boston in 15 years when he won the 127th Boston Marathon by clocking 2 hours, 5 minutes and 54 seconds, defending his 2022 title. In the same marathon, Ellen Obiri, a two-time Olympic silver medalist in the 5,000 meters, won the women's marathon, finishing at 2 hours, 21 minutes and 38 seconds to complete the Kenyan sweep at the Boston Marathon in America. Mr. Speaker, sir, this sterling performance by our athletes has sent a serious warning to our competitors and the world at large that Kenya is still a force to reckon with, an home of athletics, and further, the record held currently by Eliud Kipchoge might soon be broken by our own homegrown and upcoming athletes from this country. I wish to call upon our athletes, as I have reiterated on the floor of the House before, to remain clean and dedicate to their careers by avoiding the doping menace that is rattling the sports fraternity in the country, which has also so far also dented the image of athletes and that of the country at large. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will not relent in calling upon the Ministry of Sports, Athletics Kenya, National Olympic of Kenya, NOC, and all the relevant authorities to ensure the affairs of our athletes, including finances, taxation, rewards, are well structured to enable them grow and remain motivated at all times. Mr. Speaker, sir, in conclusion, on behalf of the great people of Kenya, the great people of Nandi, where a number of athletes hail from, the source of champions, I wish to congratulate them and wish them well, as we assure our commitment and support at all times as they continue to fly in the sports arena, Mr. Speaker, the flag of our great nation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. Senator Alexander Mundigi.
Request for statement on the destruction of crops by wildlife in Embu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I arise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources regarding the destruction of crops by elephant from the Mwea National Reserve in Embu County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, explain the measures being taken to contain elephants that have been roaming within the farmlands of Machanga Ferench near Kamburu Dam in Mafuria Ward, Bere South Constituency, Embu County. 2, state whether there will be any compensation for farmers around the reserves neighboring Makema and Mafuria 1, whose crops have been destroyed as a result of the elephant invasion, and 3, explain the extent of the damages caused as well as further reminders to curb such occurrences. Senator Alexander Mundigi, Embu County.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the statement by the Senator for Nandi cannot go unsupported. This is a matter of grave national importance. Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni.
Yes, Mr.
Statements under Standing Order 52.1 do not attract comments. From
I beg your pardon. I thought it was 53.1.
No, it's 52.1.
I'm sorry, sir.
And that's why I couldn't allow any senator to make any comments.
I'm guided.
Thank you. Senator Mungatana.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to rise in support of the statement by the Honorable Senator Alexander Mundigi on the menace of elephants. Mr. Speaker, this problem is not only in Embu County, so I would urge the committee to look at it from a wider perspective. Mr. Speaker, elephants are romping free. They are entering a lot of farmlands in Tana River County as we speak, Mr. Speaker. People have sacrificed a lot to get seeds. People have sacrificed a lot, Mr. Speaker, to put the seeds on the ground. The elephants are moving all over the farms, Mr. Speaker. And they are returning back people to poverty when people were actually expecting that at least they will have food security. Mr. Speaker, it is not only in the Tana River Delta where Garsen constituency is, but also in Galole constituency, Mr. Speaker. There is a real serious menace with these elephants. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe it is time that the committee explores the possibility of returning back to Kenya elephant culling. We should have seasonal culling of these elephants. Mr. Speaker, they have become so bad that people are just tired of them, Mr. Speaker. In the past, Mr. Speaker, when you shout and you do the signs we used to do traditionally, they would run away. But these elephants of nowadays, Mr. Speaker, even when you do those traditional songs, they still come for you. So, Mr. Speaker, it is time that we should allow a change of government policy to allow official culling of elephants. And I hope KWS is listening to us. We are tired of your animals. They are of no benefit to us in Tana River County, and we are completely tired of them. You come and pick them and take them to your parks. So may the committee make a very strong recommendation, Mr. Speaker. We don't want these elephants at all in our county. So I join the Honorable Alexander Mundigi in asking the government to chase away these elephants back to the park. Or we just ask for seasonal culling like they do in other countries. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheriot.
Mr. Speaker, I can understand the frustration of my good friend Senator Mungatana. He's not a man that easily gets worked up, but if you see him in the mood and position that he has taken on this matter, then it tells you that for sure there's a problem. You know, I was getting scared, Senator Mungatana, because growing up we knew you as the eater of crocodiles. So when you are threatening the elephants, I thought you were not going to say that you are going to chase them away. Rather, you said you are going to, I was fearing you may say that you are about to turn them into delicacies. then we'd be very afraid for animals. Mr. Speaker, if you read through the UDA manifesto, commonly referred to as a plan, the bottom-up economic model, that we went around the country and got views from residents of each county on what are the key priority areas and what is it that they want the government to address. We listed down challenges that are faced by citizens in each of the 47 counties. And this topic that Senator Mundigi has brought featured prominently when we listened to citizens of this country in Embu, Tana River, where he comes from, Kitui, Kajiado, and various parts of the country. Human-wildlife conflict, Mr. Speaker. And the proposal that we gave, and perhaps that is why the people of Kenya agreed with us and voted in this administration, is that we are going to change the model, number one, of compensation, because you know for a fact, Mr. Speaker, that even in the case, forget about the instant, not to make light of the statement by Senator Mundigi, because he's canvassing a very important point on crops that are destroyed, but sometimes it even gets to a point where human life is lost. Mr. Speaker, the unfortunate thing is that in most of these cases, you'll find that KWS is now compensating people for as late as 2014. So all Kenyans that were unfortunately in the course of conflict with animals lost their lives, from 2015 onwards, none of them has been paid. And this topic featured prominently, together with crops. And we gave a proposal, Mr. Speaker, that KWS will partner together with the management of the various parks and county governments, Mr. Speaker, and the national government to develop an insurance package for both farmers and human human beings, Mr. Speaker, such that in the course of your interaction, if animals destroy your crop, or if you're harmed, or unfortunately even lose your life because of bad interaction with wildlife, Mr. Speaker, that there was going to be an insurance bond that will ensure people are paid, so that KWS are careful, but then again, use the proceeds of the same bond, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that this menace doesn't permeate in our society, Mr. Speaker. So what is my proposal and my request to the committee? My request to the committee is, as they respond to the very grave concerns that have been raised by Senator Mundigi, Mr. Speaker, can they also ask the management of KWS and the Wildlife Ministry and State Department how far they are with this particular program, Mr. Speaker, so that farmers, not only in Embu, but in other parts of the country, can rest easy knowing that KWS or the managers of private animal sanctuaries, Mr. Speaker, will be held accountable anytime their animals destroy either crops or human life. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to support the statement by Senator for Embu. Mr. Speaker, I understand why Senator for Lamu is Tana River is angry with KWS. Mr. Speaker, I have a similar situation in my county. 2 days ago, there is a young man who was actually eaten by crocodile. He is suffering in Isiolo General Hospital. And KWS, they have not even attempted to go and look at that particular boy and even write a statement. Things are very bad. And I would actually want to say that KWS, they value wildlife more than individuals' lives. As Majority Leader has said, Mr. Speaker, there are so many who have lost their lives as a result of either elephant or buffalo or lion or snake. Many of them, they have lost their lives. But unfortunately, they have not been compensated. There is nothing that has been done in several cases. Mr. Speaker, as far as crops are concerned, KWS, they are supposed to compensate the crops destroyed by wildlife. But nothing is happening on the ground. And these are people who have put their lives on the line to even try and put something together for their livelihood. But unfortunately, KWS is doing nothing. And especially in my county where I come from, KWS is busy even abducting individuals in the name of poachers without even caring those who have lost their lives. I think the committee needs to look at this matter very seriously and summon KWS director to come and explain to us what is really happening with the department. I remember we had a meeting with KWS, the former director who was removed. As far as gaps within legislation, within policies, within several areas that we really thought KWS should improve so that Kenyans can value wildlife vis-a-vis the revenue we are collecting from KWS, or maybe tourism for that matter. Mr. Speaker, I wish the committee can look at this matter very seriously and come up with a better solution. I thank you.
Senator Katuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make a brief comment on the statement by my friend, Senator Modigi. This problem, Mr. Speaker, has escalated since the last 15 years. There is no budgetary allocation, especially for compensation for crops, compensation for human who get killed. Mr. Speaker, you know, 3 months ago there was an exodus of elephants from Isiolo County. Now, these elephants, you know, I thought they belonged to Senator Nduro. It is today that I've been informed by Senator Mugatana that they belong to KWS. I was actually to lead a mass movement to drive them back to Isiolo County. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of challenge, and I would urge the committee, the responsible committee, to make sure that they really discuss this matter with the CS concerned. Because what we need to do is to hit the bullet and allocate resources, especially for compensation. When I met the KWS director 3 weeks ago, he mentioned to me that we need around 3 billion to clear up-to-date crimes. So the responsible committee, I can't see the chair around, the youngest senator. But Mr. Mudigi, once you are invited to the committee, make sure that there is budgetary allocation so that farmers can be compensated. Those who have been killed can be compensated, or partial injuries should be compensated. But you know, we have a big challenge, Senator for Tanaliva and other senators, because you know, also snake bites has become a big challenge. And in the Act, Wildlife Management and Compensation Act 2016, which I participated to enact when I served in the Environment and Natural Resources Committee in the National Assembly, we removed the snake bites as a part of human-wildlife conflict. So it is something that really shouldn't be looked at, because sometimes you sleep in house in Makueni, Mwingi, Dharaka, and then these crawling animals come and bite you. So it's like during that time, as the committee, we thought that the snakes does not belong to Kenya Wildlife Service, but it is the high time they should be looked at. But most importantly, for the committee to note is to know that this is a national problem, so that that can be handled holistically, not only targeting Embu County, but the whole country, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
We move to the next statement by Senator Crystal Asigi.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labour and Social Welfare concerning the operations of Music Copyright Society of Kenya, MCSK, the Performers' Rights Society of Kenya, PRISC, the Kenya Association of Music Producers, CAMP, and the Kenya Copyright Board of Kenya, KEKOBO, on the management of music royalties, collection, and distribution to their membership. In the statement, the committee should provide a detailed breakdown of the royalties collected on behalf of musicians in the last 5 fiscal years, including information on the sources of revenue and the specific amounts collected. Confirm whether the organizations distributed at least 70% of the collected royalties to the members, as mandated by the governing rules, tabling comprehensive statements of account for the last 5 years that demonstrate this distribution. Appraise the Senate on existing mechanisms that allow for independent auditing of the financial records of MCSK, PRISC, and CAMP to ensure transparency and accurate distribution of royalties. State measures, if any, that KEKOBO has put in place to ensure that MCSK, PRISC, and CAMP are operating with valid licenses, confirming the status of these licenses, if any, and lastly, cause investigations on concerns from songwriters, musicians, producers, and other creative artists on the state of their interests not being properly served, despite being paid up members of the aforementioned, disclosing plans, if any, to ring-fence their earnings across various platforms and improve communications with members to address these concerns. I thank you.
Senator Chiranke.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support the statement by Senator Crystal Asike. I think royalties to our musicians is very important because apparently, Mr. Speaker, sir, majority of the young people depend on the music and entertainment industry. It's employing a lot of, and they were affected. Mr. Speaker, sir, I remember in the 2021 Music Copyright Society in July distributed more than 22 million, Mr. Speaker. And they are still make earnings of 2,500. So I really, it is still very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. And when you enter into matatus, everywhere music play, Mr. Speaker, especially during the weekends, during between Friday and we had the longest weekend, Mr. Speaker, the kapukas of this world, ghetto music, many musics that we listen to, Mr. Speaker, apparently they are not being paid properly. Even the skiza tunes by Safaricom and other provision, Mr. Speaker, must be looked at, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we don't want to tell young people, Mr. Speaker, there is a famous song that is played in most of the entertainment joints, Mr. Speaker, called Enda Usikie Vibaya Huko Kwenu, I think by Shiro or somebody, Mr. Speaker. We don't want to tell our young people that statement, Mr. Speaker. We must stand with them. The royalties must be looked at. And MSK, Mr. Speaker, I always find them, they are us people, but they have the law on their side, Mr. Speaker. Like, for example, in my community where I come from, majority of our artists, both secular and gospel, come from South Rift, where Senator Aaron Cheruiyot comes from, Mr. Speaker. But when you go to their homes, they are famous. Their songs were used in campaigns. They are business clubs, Mr. Speaker. Their songs, Mr. Speaker, has been even used to win and convert souls, Mr. Speaker, to the kingdom of God. And like Shakahola massacre, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, these people, we must relook at it. We must sit and agree because this is the greatest employer of many young people in this city, Mr. Speaker. There are others, Mr. Speaker, who use even in moderation, Mr. Speaker, especially in both in gospel, in secular world, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I think this is the right time to hold some of these organizations accountable. We cannot listen to the songs that are being used to promote most of the clubs and other drinks, Mr. Speaker, be it soft and hard drinks that we have in this country, Mr. Speaker, be it the promotional messages that we do, Mr. Speaker, any aspect that we use. Even we must look at the digital aspect, Mr. Speaker, because some of the people, when they post their pictures, and politicians are guilty of this, they use as the trailer songs that they don't pay for it, Mr. Speaker. We must relook and ensure young people earn a lot, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us stand with the young people. Let us be with them. Let us stop telling them, Enda usikie vibaya huko kwenu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni.
Mr. Speaker, I also would like to support this statement and seek for further clarity. Because what the senator is speaking to, Mr. Speaker, is a very important aspect of intellectual property. Mr. Speaker, intellectual property can either be at an individual level or at the community level. Mr. Speaker, I would like the statement to clarify. What is the nexus? How do they compensate communities from which artists plagiarize their songs, and then those songs become hits. And the artists, however little they get out of it, nothing reaches the community. And the biggest culprit, Mr. Speaker, is my community. Many of my community songs have become hits, and the community gets nothing. I heard for many months, lero, 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 ni lero. Mr. Speaker, the intellectual property of that song is the community. You've heard of Mwanamberi. The intellectual property is the community. But the mushrooms have been enjoying from this. So this is something that we should think hard about so that we place the right of the community where it belongs. It did not just happen. A brilliant person those many days ago must have come up with this song, but because they passed on, that recognition to be there. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, we have, again, great musicians who pass on. This compensation, we should also be told, how do the families access whatever benefits that accrue long after Jacob Luseno is gone, long after Franco Luanzo Makiadi is gone. Mr. Speaker, television stations are using these songs as promotional songs. And they get away, they make millions. Nobody takes an account to find out. I know my young daughter here is a great musician. Not many of you might be knowing this. Sauti Salt? Yes. In fact, I was more comfortable with you when you're at Sauti than when you're in the Senate, not because of the comparable performance, but because you have an impossible voice, a good voice. Mr. Speaker, intellectual property should be respected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Oroba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to support Senator Crystal Asige's statement on copyrights and on artists actually benefiting, Mr. Speaker. But before that, allow me to correct Senator Halwale because, you know, he has really, Senator Crystal is not a Sauti Sol singer. Sauti Sol is a band on its own. Senator Crystal Asige is Crystal Asige as a musician. And she only had or rather, Sauti Sol had an opportunity to work with Crystal, and that is how, you know, some of her things were seen. So, Mr. Speaker, you know I come from that world. In the past, I was a producer, and I want to state that there's a musical that I produced in 2012 with the Ministry of Tourism, and we paid a lot of copyrights to the International Collecting Agency in Amsterdam, Netherlands. And when we came back, Mr. Speaker, the local artists were trying to sue our production company because they did not receive the rights, Mr. Speaker. So what has been happening is that the Music Copyright Society of Kenya and all these other collecting agencies are actually not being honest with artists in Kenya. They have been given the mandate to collect the rights, the copyrights and the money for the artists, and yet they are not remitting to the artists what belongs to them, Mr. Speaker. So for a long time, this has been a conversation around the industry, but I think it's because also the legislators do not understand what it means to earn as a musician. And I want to motivate Senator Crystal, because she comes from that background, to ensure that she pushes on this agenda, Mr. Speaker, because a lot of money is actually being paid by consumers of music, but it is not being remitted to the artists. So I rise to support this statement. And for purposes of record, and to Senator Boni Halwale, Crystal Asige has actually been in the industry way longer than Sauti Sol. So that should be noted.
We move to the next statement by Honorable Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health concerning claims of shortage of medical oxygen in Kenya's emergency care facilities. In the statement, the committee should shed light on reports that over 30% of emergency care centers in the country do not have regular supply of medical oxygen, and that close to 90% of those with oxygen do not have piped oxygen in the emergency department, or that which is delivered directly from ambulatory tanks to the patient. Number 2, provide the estimated cost of providing adequate medical oxygen supply to all public hospitals and emergency care facilities in the country. Number 3, state the amount of funds used to purchase refill of compressed and cryogenic oxygen, acquisition of tanks and cylinders, installation of high volume pressure swing absorption, PSA, oxygen, generation plants, and piped installation of manifolds, as well as oxygen outlets to health facilities, stating the specific numbers purchased in the last 5 years, and probe these claims of shortage of oxygen, stating tangible actions that can be taken to expand access to medical liquid oxygen over the long term, and recommend interventions to permanently respond to this dire state of health in emergency care in the country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in support of Senator Hamida's statement, I think she has forgotten something. She is talking about 30% only hospitals or emergency centers who don't have oxygen plants or pipes. In our rural area, almost 90% of the facilities, specifically in Marsabit, have no oxygen facilities. Mr. Speaker, during COVID time, we lost so many people, not because they were sick. It is because there were not enough oxygen, both piped and cylinders also. Remember some time back, we lost a very good friend of mine, former Army Sergeant Adan Oda. He died between Raisamis and Achas Post. And the reason is, Mr. Speaker, they had only one cylinder oxygen. And that cylinder, they exhausted the cylinder, the oxygen, before they reached Isiolo, which was the next hospital with those facilities. Unfortunately, he lost his life. Mr. Speaker, in Marsabit, we have a plant she's referring to called PSA oxygen generation plants. And this has been there for the last 3 years. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is we don't have even experts to fix those plants. We don't have experts to even operate the plants. Mr. Speaker, this is very unfortunate. If you go to many centers, the next center you will find oxygen is in Meru or Nanyuki. And this is a very serious issue, and I really support her statement. And I would urge the committee to look into all the counties, the 47 counties. What facilities are there, what are not there, and what can be done, Mr. Speaker. And this is a very serious issue. You cannot lose your life because of oxygen cylinders are not there or oxygen facilities are not there, Mr. Speaker. So I support Senator Hamida's statement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kisang.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to make some comments on this one, even though I wanted to make on the earlier one. Honorable Speaker, oxygen is basically, I remember during the COVID days, we had a lot of issues. We didn't know that oxygen was really something that we needed, its life. And during that time, counties, I remember, were given resources to do ICUs and also oxygen plants. So I think, Honorable Speaker, I think it is important that we ensure our counties, each of our Rivara County hospitals, all of them must have oxygen plants, because it's not very difficult to put up an oxygen plant and do piping in all the wards where our patients require oxygen, Honorable Speaker. We can put resources, we put conditional resources when we are allocating resources to the counties, so that at least we don't have to say most of our emergency facilities in the counties don't have oxygen. And this is an essential, it is a priority, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I agree with the Senator that we need to do something very urgent, and we audit, maybe we give a period of time, and we audit to ensure that the governors and the executives of the county comply, so that we have oxygen. Even the national Rivara hospitals like Kenyatta, Mama Lucy Hospital, and also even KU and MTRH in Washigisha County, they should have enough oxygen, because in some cases, patients have been referred from the Rivara hospitals to private hospitals because they don't have enough oxygen. Honorable Speaker, I wish to commend that this is a good statement that we need to follow, and the committee need to report back to the House so that we know the actual status. So that maybe in the next financial year, we can give conditional resources as a grant to put up oxygen plants in the counties. Listen, I'm happy to report I was in my county Rivara hospital recently, and already they have put up a plan, and in the next few weeks, I believe Iten Rivara County Hospital will have oxygen and to all the wards. Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much.
Senator Okenyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to support the statement by Senator Hamida, while taking note of the initiatives that the Kenya Kwanza government is taking to sort out these issues. I think some weeks back I saw the president flagging off some oxygen cylinders to counties in a bid to sort out the issue of oxygen cylinders shortage. Mr. Speaker, I also want to bring to the attention of members that yes, as Senator Kisang says, during the COVID period, we saw county rushing up to set up centers that were to provide the different hospital facilities with oxygen. In fact, like the county of Senator Halwale set up, put aside 100 million to come up with those oxygen cylinders and other facilities that were in relation to that. The media weren't highlighted as usual as they do. But Mr. Speaker, sad as it is today, none of those have actually come to actualization. But we only read these statistics on our papers that patients are lacking oxygen that is very critical, especially to terminally ill patients, to children, and very many key of our lowest people that we represent in this House, Mr. Speaker. So I support that statement, but I take recognition in what the Kenya Kwanza government is doing to sort out some of these challenges, and specifically the president who just flagged off quite a number of oxygen cylinders with the support of the Global Fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support the motion, or the statement, on supply of oxygen. As you're aware, supply of oxygen actually is very necessary issues that should be handled with all emergencies, because this country has a lot of accidents happening. A lot of accidents actually scarce in most parts of the country. Especially at the time of COVID, many Kenyans died because of lack of oxygen. One other thing is, Mr. Speaker, in the far-fetched counties, most of us have the plants, but it's always in short supply because of the availability of oxygen is not enough to those places, and they cannot manufacture their own oxygen supply. Other things is that, Mr. Speaker, any person who unfortunately gets sick and is taken to ICU, just because of having that oxygen, the person is being given oxygen supply, it becomes very expensive and exorbitant price, and most of the Kenyans cannot afford. Anybody who goes to ICU, you'll see 1 or 2 days when they stay there, it's almost half a million shillings. And I think it is a high time that we need to have, the committee should find out on how best we should be able to supply oxygen to all county hospitals, and look into also the cost of oxygen supply. One other thing, Honorable Speaker, we have medical equipment, leasing of medical equipment in various hospitals. Most of those equipments are not being used actually in the hospitals, and the government, the county is paying a lot of money. Instead of leasing those equipments, I think we need to prioritize what is essential, like things like supply of oxygen should be actually be part of the leasing equipment. So, anything to do with the dialysis should be part of the support for the equipment, instead of giving you equipment that does not even work. With those few remarks, I beg to support.
We now move to the next statement by Honorable Senator Chiranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, request for statement on operations and financial status of Kenya Airways Company Limited, or KQ. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism regarding the state of operations and financial status of Kenya Airways. In the statement, the committee should, 1, appraise the Senate on the current operational and financial status of Kenya Airways, stating measures, if any, to address significant losses by the airline, which stands at 38.26 billion by December 2022. Mr. Speaker, sir, outline strategies the management of Kenya Airways has implemented to ensure timely repayment of loans without incurring additional interest and penalties. Mr. Speaker, sir, number 3, provide reasons contributing to the increase of operational costs of the airline in the country, or in Kenya Airways, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, Speaker, sir, number 4, state the number of employees giving their skills and jobs assigned, addressing concerns that the management has favored the recruitment of foreign workers for positions that could be filled by Kenyan professionals, Mr. Speaker, sir. And finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, state the extent to which Kenya Airways revenues were affected by the stalling of Singapore Airlines cargo plane on the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport runway on 17 April 2023, spelling out measures that have been taken to prevent such occurrence from affecting the operations of KQ. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Veronica.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for this opportunity. I rise to support the statement by Senator Chiralingei, Mr. Speaker, sir. The story of Kenya Airways is a very sad story, Mr. Speaker, sir. For the longest, Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenya Airways was the pride of Africa. It was the leading airline, even ahead of South African Airlines, Mr. Speaker, sir. It was ahead of Egypt Air, ahead of many, many airlines, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we have unfortunately watched the growth of airlines like Emirates Airlines. We've watched Qatar growing, Mr. Speaker, sir, and bypassing Kenya Airways, which was the airline that was serving the whole of the Africa continent. The saddest story, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that I have not seen a company hitting this kind of losses, 38.26 billion, a whooping 38.26 billion, without suffering the fate of bankruptcy proceedings, without suffering the fate of being wound up. And every moment, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a company that is being injected with public funds without accountability. If I have ever used an airline, Mr. Speaker, sir, and it is painful for me to state this, an airline which will hold you in the airport, delay your flight for 5 hours, not be remorseful about it, not even explain anything about it, even send you back home when you are a Kenyan, and allow the foreigner to even experience a hotel booking without thinking much about the Kenyan, Mr. Speaker, sir, you can define that as the Kenya Airways. The saddest part, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that when a Kenyan today is making a decision on the airline to use, unfortunately, Kenyans are going for Qatar, Kenyans are going for Emirates because of the gross inefficiency of Kenya Airways. And I speak with pain because a nation like Kenya, which has almost been the lead in the continent, is proud to have a national carrier, a national airline. And it really is painful for any Kenyan to consider even shutting down Kenya Airways. But the business behavior, the institutional behavior of Kenya Airways, if it was in any other part of the world, it would face an axe, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would support this statement and ask the committee, the trade committee, to interrogate Mr. Speaker, sir. If you may recall a few months ago, there has been a conversation on Kenya Airways regarding the purchase of the Airbuses, Mr. Speaker, sir. Those Dreamliners, Mr. Speaker, sir, they were purchased by Kenya Airways. Midway, the contracts were abandoned, and they were now leased back to Kenya Airways. There is so much that we could speak about Kenya Airways, but if there is a company that needs to restructure itself, rethink its business proposition, rethink its relevance to the lives of Kenyans, that should be Kenya Airways. This trade committee has a lot of work to do. We want to see an airline that makes Kenya proud, an airline that bounces back to the position where we started with Kenya Airways. The current state of affairs with Kenya Airways, that is not the airline we bargained for. That is not the airline that was in this country about 15 years ago, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I support this statement, and I say this trade committee, let it do a good job and help us revamp Kenya Airways back to what it should be.
Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also lies on my foot, not really a proud Kenyan, but quite disappointed by the way we've run most of the state corporations. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is not only limited to Kenya Airways. We've been conducting an inquiry into why Kenyans are made to pay whopping sums of money to the private power producers. Mr. Speaker, sir, it beats logic why a sitting CS, PS, MDs were paid by the Kenyan taxpayers' money would sit down and collude with investors to defraud Kenyans of their money. It is not, Mr. Speaker, sir, by mismanagement. It is by design that Kenya Airways has continued to make losses, because whenever it makes losses, Mr. Speaker, sir, the money is paid from the taxpayers. It is indeed a way to siphon money from Kenyans. If we would be candid with one another, Mr. Speaker, sir, we know that the equipments owned by the Kenya Airways, hired by the Kenya Airways, they belong to the who's who in this society. They are a way of siphoning our money. We see like the buses operating in the airport, Mr. Speaker, sir. They earn millions of shillings per day for doing nothing, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is the high time we bite the bullet and say, enough is enough. We are tired of Kenyans being exploited. These state corporations, Mr. Speaker, sir, the ones have been used to siphon money from the state coffers. Mr. Speaker, sir, we must call it a brav and say this must come to an end. The same case applies, Mr. Speaker, sir, to Kengen, to Kenya Power, to Kenya Ports Authority, to Kengen. All of them, Mr. Speaker, sir, they have been twisted by the political leaders in the dynasty so that they can be used to channel money out to come and siphon money from the Kenyans. As a result, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have seen an airline that was flourishing, that was doing so well, that every time you try to book a flight, it is always full, that flies at capacity, it is always making a loss. Mr. Speaker, sir, you ask yourself, how comes nobody's given a lift by Kenya Airways? You pay. How does it make a loss? You ask yourself, Mr. Speaker, sir, how comes this airline uses defined routes? It does not make mukatos like the matatus. How does it make a loss? You ask yourself, Mr. Speaker, sir, if it flies here from New York, full capacity, how comes then it makes a loss? Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the high time you say that Kenyans should not be taken as fools. We must say now stop to this habit of hiring equipment in an expensive way, maintaining them even a more expensive way, so that a few individuals can benefit from this. I therefore think, Mr. Speaker, sir, this statement is timely. It is the high time we try to expose people who are involved, like we are doing in the energy sector. If nothing, Mr. Speaker, sir, the law allows every civil servant in this country to protect theft of public resources. If there is nothing we can do, we can institute as a Senate civil proceedings so that we can recover the money that has been lost also over the years through these people. I support, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Omtata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity to address this August House. I rise to support the motion by the Honorable...
It's a
statement, sorry. Support the statement by the Honorable Senator Cherargei, the warrior of Nandi. I do that because this goes at the heart of very many things in this country. It epitomizes many issues that have gone wrong with our concept of a developmental state. When we began forming these parastatals in the 60s, and the Asian Tigers did the same, we turned our hours into bodies of stealing from the public. The Asians put theirs to the purpose they were meant to do, and you can see where the Asians are and where we are with ours. So, Kenya Airways, in supporting this statement, I would request that those who will be looking into it, and I need to say that I'm part of the people who will be in the committee, because I belong to that committee of trade, if at all it is committed there. Initially, public money was spent on Kenya Airways to privatize it. Those responsible were never followed. Then it goes into private hands, and the government has continued pumping money into it without holding anybody accountable for the losses. If I can invoke the provisions of Article 226, Clause 5 of the Constitution, I would support what Senator Wamatinga has said, that these people should be pursued, those responsible for the losses, so that we can auction them. Because public money has been spent. Even after privatization, the government has kept on pumping money into this body. The other thing that is of concern to me about Kenya Airways is that in 2016, somehow they sold what would amount to be part of the territory of Kenya. The special landing slot at the Heathrow Airport that was sold for 7 point something billion to Oman Airways. Who authorized it? Did he have the mandate of the people of Kenya to sell? That asset belonged to the country called Kenya, not to a company called Kenya Airways. So in looking into this, I would require that those who are responsible for that be taken to task, and the government of Kenya should initiate a process, even through diplomatic means, to recover that asset from the Oman Airways. Because when Kenya Airways sold that particular special landing slot, which was its most prime slot, it decapitated itself. It made its most profitable route not serviceable for it, and that was the London Heathrow route. The other thing has been the use of European mercenaries to run Kenya Airways. Characters who are simply because they are white are hired and given very senior jobs in Kenya Airways, and then they are used to steal money. Some of them are residents of this country, and they should be summoned to answer. Because through the last contract that we have, where they contracted the so-called experts, they stole a lot of money through Kenya Airways. So these European mercenaries, and especially those still residing within our borders, should be called to the committee and should be held to task. Then the other thing that we need to address is the overpricing of Kenya Airways tickets. Why is Kenya Airways so expensive? On its route, it's so expensive and therefore not sustainable. So people will go there, people who are going by budget will go to Kenya Airways as a last option, not the first option. So why are they largely overpriced? So in supporting this motion, and I also know that I'll be expecting to say it, I'll expect that it to be expanded to address the question of Kenya Airways once and for all. Because Kenya Airways has been an abyss into which public resources have been sunk. And going forward, I think if the government decides to bail out an organ, first of all, lock up the culprits who created the debt. Don't take taxpayers' money and Mamamboga's money from Gikomba to go and bail out somebody who is living in Europe, who has stolen money and gone wherever. If we have to look at the Obama administration, when they bailed out the motor vehicle groups, they never gave anybody what they called a golden parachute. They followed these people, and the government even made profit by bailing out General Motors and others. That's how it should be done. And if Kenya Airways is not too big to fall, then it should be allowed to fall. But if we don't want it to fall, then it must be run as a company that belongs to the public, and that public is a republic, not a kiosk. And the republic is a government of law. So I fully support the motion by Senator Cherargeo, Senator and warrior of Nandi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Ali Roba.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The core business of any airline is flight operations. And that is flying passengers from point A to B, nothing else. Now, Kenya Airways is not that it's the cheapest airline around this region. It's way more expensive than any other airline. The question I keep asking always is, why should Kenya Airways report profit when the government is too ready to bail it out every time they report loss? Because what has been happening is that it has been perennial. It is almost given. It is a default position of Kenya Airways that they must report a loss. You know, it is given. It is a default position of Kenya Airways that when they have to report their financial performance, they must report a loss because we want to safeguard the flag, carrier of Kenya. And as such, as long as they keep reporting loss, it is bad image for this country. We'll keep bailing them out. So the question becomes, why should, Mr. Speaker, Kenya Airways report profit? Because I fly back and forth. So are my colleagues in the Senate. We fly within the country, outside the country. And there is no time Kenya Airways is reporting less than 90-something% seat occupancy rate in terms of passengers occupying that the routes that we fly. And the tickets are not any cheaper. The question becomes, their core business is passenger flying. The passenger flying does very well that the flights are always overbooked. You cannot even amend your ticket. the ticket pricing is higher than Ethiopian Airlines and the others in the region that are competing with them. And you will say we have higher operational costs. Sometimes back, Mr. Speaker, sir, I was in the aviation industry before it was reported. The cost of overhauling one engine was higher than the price of buying a brand new engine for Kenya Airways. So it is given. It is a business entity that is serving other interests rather than a business entity that is supposed to continue surviving on its own, a going concern business. If Kenya Airways can't do well on its own, then the population coffer should not be wasted by a default position of reporting financial loss and being bailed out by the government every time. Hey, which CEO will report, financial performance better than a loss when he knows very well if I continue reporting a loss, I will be bailed out? And that is the situation we have in the country. If Kenya Airways has to fall, let it fall so that we can start afresh with better foundation, that we are not going to be subjected to what is the ridicule that is happening. The last issue that is of concern to me, as a professional pilot, we used to fly passengers, and every time there's even 40 minutes delay, we feel so guilty. Provide refreshments, try and talk to the passengers in person, create comfort. And for Kenya Airways, it has become normal for them to cause inconvenience to the tune of several hours a day, cancel flight, and they feel nothing because nobody holds them to account as it is. And this is unacceptable. Nobody holds them to account. Kenya Civil Aviation Authority needs to enforce the provisions of the law within KCAS regulation that requires them to conform to global airline standard as required by IATA. What is happening in Kenya Airways is a situation that is extremely wanting. And if it is sustained, we are going to be doomed as a country, because the only critical issue that I want our senators in supporting this statement that I want to make, it has become a default financial performance reporting position of a loss, because there is a default position automatically given that the government of Kenya will bail them out. I stand to support. Thank you.
Senator Wafula.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii. Kile Mheshimiwa Senator Cherargei ameleta kwenye jumba hili ni kwamba kuna matapeli nadhani kwenye serikali, na vile vile kuna nyenzo ama limbo zao katika shirika la ndege ambao wana mkataba wa kupora na kupunja pesa za umma, kwa sababu haiwezekani mtu kurejesha matokeo ya kuanguka mtihani ama kipato cha shirika la ndege kwenda chini na serikali inampigia makofi na kutia sahihi kandarasi mpya. Ni kinaya sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Sijaona waziri, sijaona yote katika serikali akikashifu shirika la ndege kwa matokeo duni jinsi tunaona. Juzi tumeona wenzetu Mombasa wanalalamika kwa sababu shirika la ndege limefutilia mbali shughuli zao kule Mombasa na kwenda mpaka nchi za ughaibuni. Kwa sababu wameshindwa, sasa wengine hawapaswi kufua dafu katika usafiri wa ndege. Mimi naunga Mheshimiwa Cherargei mkono. Iwapo wameshindwa, wafunge shirika hilo kabisa, malango yafungwe, watu wafukuzwe waende nyumbani. Tuanze upya kwa karatasi jipya lisilo na dosari yoyote. Kwa sababu iweje mabilioni yaweke katika shirika la ndege ili hali kuna viwanda vya sukari, kuna wakulima wachochole mashinani ambao hawana pesa, lakini mabilioni na mabilioni yanamezwa na walafi Kenya hii. Tutamlilia nani wapo serikali haisikii? Mimi naomba tusimame na Wakenya ambao hawajai hata panda ndege, hawajui ndege inafanana namna gani, na tusije hapa tukawapigia makofi wanaojivinjari kwa ndege ilhali walio chini wanaomba Mungu, Mungu rabuka, tulikosea nini? Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Onyonka.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very important issue to me. The reason is that I've had a young brother who has worked for Kenya Airways for 26 years. And right now the young man is bedridden because of having spent so much time flying aeroplanes for the airline. His kidneys collapsed because of the compression and all that. And the reason why I'm bringing this story is that I'm explaining to you that I actually don't believe that KQ is able to take him for a kidney transplant that he wants. And this is somebody you know, Mr. Speaker, is a young brother of mine. Now, Mr. Speaker, today I want to tell this House who actually owns KQ. Mr. Speaker, the beauty of this House is that we are able to articulate and state facts, and if somebody wants me to substantiate, I will. KQ is actually owned by two companies. One is called Serengeti Holdings, and the other one is called Savo Holdings. These two companies were set up by none other than the great man whom we believed was a genius called Titus Naikuni. But, Mr. Speaker, the information that we got later was that Titus was not acting for himself. He was acting for the power players and for the individuals who eventually ended up buying KQ. KQ ended up negotiating to purchase Embraer planes from Brazil. And in the process of those aeroplanes being bought, Mr. Speaker, through Serengeti Holdings and through Savo Holdings, what actually happened is that these guys just signed an agreement where everything that KQ buys through Serengeti and Savo Holdings and then sells it to KQ in Nairobi. So the Boeing planes that we have in our country are owned, yes, by the government of Kenya because we have shares in it, but KQ is actually owned by private individuals who have been stealing money from that airline for the last 24 years. Number two, Mr. Speaker, KQ, the saddest thing, and I'm sure all of us have watched it, look at the people who work at KQ. If you look at how our passers, the air hostesses, and the individuals who worked in KQ 10 years ago and today, Mr. Speaker, even the uniforms, you look, the ones they're wearing is just shocking. If you look at the airlines themselves, like the aeroplane we took last evening, Mr. Speaker, you see cockroaches running around now in the aeroplane. Why? The company that supplies the spare parts, the company that does the management, manages the engineering department in fixing the aeronautical engineering company that supplies the equipment and the spare parts to the airline is owned by the same people. The same people are the ones who actually supply us the food that we eat in those aeroplanes. And Mr. Speaker, there is something that is completely crazy. I don't know whether this House knows, and that is why I am saying this, because now we need to tell each other the truth. Mr. Speaker, we do not have the airspace agreements which were signed between the Kenyan government and Google. Every single thing about our airspace up here is controlled. The rights were sold to Google. I don't think anybody knows what these agreements say. And Mr. Speaker, the committee that is going to look at this must go to the bottom of this and find out who signed Mr. Speaker, the other point I wanted to bring to this House, look at Ethiopian Airlines. How much profit have they made? They made $2 billion profit this year. Why is Rwanda Airlines doing well? Because the Ethiopians are the ones running Rwanda Air with Kenyans. So how can one airline make billions of dollars? If you were to change that into billions of dollars, you can see how much. All right? Our airline could most probably be paying our debts. You see an airline that is not making money. It is being run by Kenyans, yes, but every year we are making losses. Mr. Speaker, this matter must be rested. Let us agree, this House, and I ask, especially Honorable Cherargei, you know you are on that side this time. We are on this side. You said you will talk about these guys, what they have done. Can you show Kenyans that you are brave enough to start disclosing the issues that are messing up our country? Let us go back to the state capture. Let us begin to look at the issues that are making our country not to move. You look at the airlines, same story. You look at Kenya Power and independent power producers, same story. You look at all these things, we know them. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that as far as I'm concerned, I hope the committee will look at the issue with detail, with a tooth comb. Mr. Speaker, you know, look at the air controllers, the ones we have here at the airport. The system that we got initially was provided by the French. Then somebody went and brought an air controlling system that is owned by the Chinese. Everything is in Chinese. Those are the things. How that happened, Honorable Cherargei, I hope you will find out. If you look at the money that the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority has been handling, and I saw the president choose the board. I want only to tell him that, Your Excellency, you never put anybody who has even flown a plane. You never put even an engineer of aeronautics. All the people that the president has put there, most of them don't know the subject matter. So how are these guys going to interrogate what is happening at the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority and with our airport? Honorable Cherargei, I want to thank you. How did the Kenyan government sell our landing rights at Heathrow and nobody knew about it? When these agreements were being signed, who was there? Those are the things I hope that this committee will bring, and we sit here and look at them, because Kenyans are beginning to ask the questions. Is it so difficult for us to fix some of these things? Because, Mr. Speaker, my conclusion is, if we tackle 2, 3 of these issues and remove the cartels, the country will start moving in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chute.
Asante sana, Bwana Spika. Ningependa kumshukuru sana Senator Cherargei. Bwana Spika, maajabu, Ijumaa usiku nilitoka Mombasa nikija Nairobi, Kenya Airways. Kukaa tu hapo kwa airport, masaa ya ndege ilibadilishwa mara 2. Na tukaambiwa muongoje masaa ile mtaambiwa tena. Kwa bahati mzuri tulifika hapa saa 6 usiku. Wakati tumeingia kwa ndege, Bwana Spika, mama mmoja na kijana yake walikosa mahali ya kukaa kwa hiyo ndege, na wakawekwa kwa jump seat. Mama ako na watoto, mama mzito akakaa kwa jump seat. Mimi nakaa hapo karibu nikimwangalia. Kijana yake amekaa kwa jump seat ingine. Mimi nikajiuliza, kweli hao watu wamekosa ndege namna gani wakakuja kufika kwa ndege wakipiga kelele wakasema lazima tupatiwe kiti? Bwana Spika, hiyo ni aibu kubwa sana. Bwana Spika, mimi nimefanya kazi ya ndege, biashara ya ndege kwa miaka nyingi sana, na mimi pia ni rubani wa ndege kama vile na nimefanya biashara sana na Ethiopia. Bwana Spika, mimi napenda nchi sana. Nilipofika Ethiopia juzi, wakati tulikuwa huko Ethiopia kwa kazi ya Senate, nilienda kuona mwenyekiti ya Ethiopia Airlines. Na mimi nataka watu wasikize. Nikauliza yeye, Nyinyi mlitengeneza mheshimiwa alisema walipata bilioni 2. Nataka correct hiyo. Ile faida walipata ni pesa ya Kiamerikani. Bana nimesema Kiamerikani. 1937 profit, faida ile walipata. Ndio, milioni. Akaniambia sababu yake kubwa, Bwana Spika, na ni mzuri watu wajue ni kitu gani imeendelea. Ethiopia Airlines iko na branches kadhaa. Iko branch inaitwa Ethiopia Aviation Academy yao peke yao ambayo wanatengeneza pesa. Iko Ethiopian Cargo and Logistics wanatengeneza pesa. Iko Ethiopia Ground Services, hiyo ni kando. Bwana Spika, tena kuna Ethiopian Maintenance and Repairs. Ndege ya Afrika yote karibu zote inafanywa repair wapi? Hata ya Kenya inafanywa huko. Na ukiangalia vizuri Bwana Spika, kwa masomo hakuna mtu ameshinda Kenya katika Afrika. Lakini wakifika kwa hiyo mashini, sijui confusion aina gani wanapata, mpaka hata bolts wameshindwa kufunga. Ndio ndege yetu inatolewa hapa inafanywa repair Ethiopia. Bado sijamaliza Bwana Spika. Airports yote ya Ethiopia Airlines ndio wana manage. Wanatengeneza pesa kutoka hata hapo. Bwana Spika, wako na travel and tourism agency yao yenyewe. Bwana Spika, ukienda Ethiopia, uende airport, ukitoka airport hivi, pande ya kushoto utaona Ethiopia Airlines Hotel, 5-star hotel. Rooms karibu 500 sijui na ngapi. Hiyo yote inawaletea pesa, Bwana Spika. Sisi, Bwana Spika, Kenya Airways, saa hizi wakora wameenda wanabook ndege ya Boeing, wamebook Airbus. Kenya wakitaka lazima wapitie watu. Hawa watu hawajalipa pesa. Pesa ya Kenya wakisign lease, ile deposit wanalipa ndio inaenda kulipwa kwa hiyo kampuni ya ndege, Bwana Spika. Ndege haitakuwa tayari mpaka miaka 2 ama 3. Kitambo hiyo yote Kenya Airways inaendelea kulipa mpaka siku ndege itakuwa tayari, pesa yote imetumika ni ya Kenya Airways. Bwana Spika, tukikaa kwa ndege juzi imeandikwa Pride of Africa. Lazima tupatie jina lingine, Bwana Spika. Si useme Future of Africa labda. Future, sio as Pride of Africa sahi. Future Pride of Africa. If we say it's a Pride of Africa sahi, Bwana Spika, tumekosea. Bwana Spika, problem ile iko Kenya Airways leo ni leases ambaye imeleta shida. Na Bwana Spika, serikali ile iliyopita wamekuwa miaka 10 kwa kiti. Serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ambaye sisi tuko hapo sasa imebakisha karibu miaka 1, imebakisha mwezi 2-3. Bwana Spika, mimi nataka kusema hivi. Hata baada ya miaka 5 ingine mimi sioni kama mabadiliko itakuja. Hata serikali ya KK haitaleta mabadiliko. Mimi nafikiria hivyo kwa sababu Bwana Spika, kuna cartels wamesign ma contracts. Vile mheshimiwa amesema Matinga, ukiangalia IPPs, Independent Power Producers, ile watu wanapeana stima saa hizi, wamesign miaka 25. Hata kutoka kwa hiyo contract itakuwa ni shida, Bwana Spika. Hata saa hizi leases imesainiwa ya miaka 20 ama 25. Bwana Spika, hatutatoka kwa hiyo. Ile kitu tungefanya, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu hii maneno ya Kenya imekuwa shida. Kama ni wasomi tuko nayo. Kama ni pesa tuko nayo. Kama ni ujuzi tuko nayo. Lakini vitu zetu zote iko nyuma. Ukiangalia Kenya Power vile amesema 0. Ukiangalia mambo ya Kengen 0. Iko Menengai, sijui Menengai nini, miaka 10 sasa 0. Bwana Spika, kama hii serikali ya Kenya Kwanza haitaleta mabadiliko kwa miaka 3 ingine, Kenya imekwisha. Kwa hivyo vile state capture mimi sijui ni gani, ningependa Bwana Spika tusilete statements hapa peke yake. Bwana Spika, waziri ya barabara kama wiki karibu mwezi mbili iliyopita alisema Kenya Airways ni private company. Anasema hawataulizwa swali katika bunge. Kama hatuwezi uliza swali, waache tuambie Raila aende asimamishe watu basi afanye maandamano. Kwa sababu kama sisi tumeshindwa kusimamisha hii watu, tutumie ile mtu atasimamisha hawa. Kisheria hatuwezi kusimamisha hawa. Kwa sababu contract yote imesainiwa ni miaka 25. Kama hatutoki, basi tuende tuvunje hiyo contract zao. Bwana Spika, ningependa nikiunga mkono Bwana Cherargei, tusiongee mambo ya kusema ati tunafanya hiyo, hakuna kitu inafanyika. Statement peke yake itatusaidia. Kama inawezekana, inquiry ifanywe. Na hiyo inquiry ikifanywa, tuhakikishe hiyo kitu imesimama. Ya mwisho kabisa, Bwana Spika, kuna mjadala inaendelea. Mjadala inasema, hii ndege tuuze, hii airline tuuze, ama tuongeze pesa. Bwana Spika, ukitoboa drum hapo chini, ukiweka hata maji, uweke, haitajaa. Hiyo kampuni iuzwe, iendelee, yani iende iuzwe kama watu kama Emirates wanunue, Ethiopia Airlines wanunue, ndio Kenyans wapate hiyo pesa tuingize kwa mashamba zetu. Asante sana Bwana Spika.
Now, honorable senators, we have long exceeded the 1 hour meant for the statement time. And therefore, I'm going to allow Senator Aroba 5 minutes. Then we end it there. We have...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support Senator Cherargei's statement on Kenya Airways, but I want to put emphasis on 2 things, Mr. Speaker. Number 1, the issue of what we call expatriates, Mr. Speaker. It is like we are still colonized in our minds, that we still believe that the only people who can do great work are people who are outside of Kenya, or not from the Kenyan origin. Mr. Speaker, we have, other than all the issues that have been highlighted by my fellow senators, one key thing is that the management of Kenya Airways needs to be looked into, Mr. Speaker. We have issues of accountability and transparency, Mr. Speaker. I have had Senator Veronica Maina give examples of how basic bad behavior is actually being tolerated. Mr. Speaker, the same is actually coming from the top. And it's very unfortunate that Senator Chute says that nothing can be done. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the President has the best interests of Kenya Airways. But he's being let down by so many of his foot soldiers, Mr. Speaker, starting from the management of that airline, Mr. Speaker. As I stand here today, I was trying to calculate what 32.26 billion worth of losses looks like in terms of what we could do with that money, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that at the end of the day, when we bring statements and they are taken to the different committees, perhaps those committees, and particularly for this specific committee for transport, I know they are dealing with a lot, Mr. Speaker. I want to urge you to kindly, perhaps this is an issue that requires an ad hoc committee, so that we can have senators who are committed to sit down and actually work on this thing, whether it is 2 weeks or 3 weeks, so that they can be able to finalize on it. Because from where I'm seated, Mr. Speaker, there are 2 issues. Transparency must be dealt with, and that is an issue of accountability as well. I have listened to Senator Onyonka go round and round and tell us the companies and the limiteds. But Mr. Speaker, we know that the owners and what we were calling state capture, the owners of these limiteds are the same owners of the independent power purchasing companies. They are the same owners. And it is known. So that's why I'm saying we need an ad hoc committee that will be able to table a report and tell us that, you know, we have moved from the past regime where state institutions were actually being used, you know, to favor certain individuals. These same individuals are using that money that we are calling 38.26 billion. They are using that money to fund the mandamanos that are going on. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not a matter that should just be dealt with as any other matter brought to the House. This is a matter that requires an ad hoc committee. This is a matter that also requires that we say, we give it a time limit and say in 2 or 3 weeks or maximum amount, a month, we have, given the report and we have given recommendations, because, Mr. Speaker, the President wants us as the upper house to actually conduct our duties. Not that he cannot deal with the issues, but there are so many people who are letting him down, Mr. Speaker. This morning, based on some of my bookings and other things, I tried to reach the management of Kenya Airways. Mr. Speaker, if myself as a senator cannot access the management of this airline, how about those Kenyans who do not even know a worker who's on the ground? So the culture that we have there of inaccountability and lack of transparency starts from the top. And I do not fear to say that if the management is unable to deal with it, Mr. Speaker, we have to start from the top. We have to carry out a complete overhaul, because honestly, we cannot continue making the losses of 32.26 billion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable senators. We now move to a statement by James Murango, senator. That has been dropped. Senator James Murango had 3 statements. Having sent no senator to hold his brief, these 3 statements stand dropped from the order paper. Next order, clerk.
Order number 8, procedural motion, reduction of publication period for the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bills number 16 of 2023.
The majority leader. Or any member of the SBC, Senator Veronica.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the majority leader, I beg to move the motion, Mr. Speaker, sir, that pursuant to Standing Order 139, the Senate do resolve to reduce the publication period of the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bills number 16 of 2023, from 7 days to 5 days, Mr. Speaker, sir. The basis of this motion is that under Article 218 of the Constitution, at least 2 months before the end of each financial year, there shall be introduced in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, sir, a division of revenue bill which shall divide revenue raised by the national government among the national and the county levels of government in accordance with this Constitution, and B, a county allocation of revenue bill which shall divide among the counties the revenue allocated to the county level of government on the basis determined in accordance with the resolution in force under Article 217, Mr. Speaker, sir. The bill was published the end of this financial year, Mr. Speaker, sir, is 28th of April 2023. And if we take another 7 days, Mr. Speaker, sir, it will have fallen out of the timeline within which it should be presented, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I move, Mr. Speaker, that the Senate do resolve to reduce the publication period of this county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bill number 16 of 2023, from 7 days to 5 days to enable this compliance to be enforced, Mr. Speaker, sir. I so move. And I request Senator Chiraligei to second this motion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a straightforward motion. This is a procedural motion. I don't think, and it is good, Mr. Speaker, what I can say at this point, it's just to allow efficiency and effectiveness of the House in terms of its discharging its mandate. And we are aware that the county allocation of revenue bill is a very critical, Mr. Speaker. You are aware that Article 96, the role of the Senate is to protect the devolution and interest of counties. So anything, Mr. Speaker, that will fast track, that will enhance, that will ensure the efficiency, Mr. Speaker, I think it is very important. As per our standing orders, as has been stated by the mover of the motion, Mr. Speaker, I therefore beg to second, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senators. And I propose the question that pursuant to Standing Order 139, the Senate resolves to reduce the publication period of the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bills number 16 of 2023, from 7 days to 5 days. Honorable Senators, the floor is now open. Senator Danson Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, like said by Senator Cherargei, this is a procedural motion, and I would urge us, Mr. Speaker, not even to speak much because we are just being efficient. And I would ask, as we approve this motion, Mr. Speaker, as I sit, I would request humbly you put the question. Thank you.
There being no other senator wishing to respond, I will, having there been no debate at all, I don't think even I could call the mover to respond. And therefore, I will proceed to put the question, Honorable Senators, which is pursuant to Standing Order 139, the Senate resolves to reduce the publication period of the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bills number 16 of 2023, from 7 days to 5 days. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bills number 16 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable allocation of revenue raised nationally among the county governments for the 2023-2024 financial year, the responsibilities of the national and the county governments pursuant to such allocation, and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2023, second reading.
Honorable Senators, the debate on this bill had been concluded, and therefore I'll
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that has been extensively contributed to by most members, and it has come to light during the various contributions by most members that there was maybe information gap in relates to Equalization Fund and how certain counties and marginalized areas have benefited from them. Mr. Speaker, sir, and because of that, I've taken it upon myself as the chair of the Finance Committee to try and give a little bit of background information for purpose of making sure, as I respond to various contributions, I put this issue in the right context so that most of the senators will understand how the Equalization Fund came into being. The Equalization Fund was established by Article 204 of the Constitution of Kenya, and it was mainly meant to correct certain historical and systemic inequalities within this country that resulted from policy document of the colonial government. And that actually affected, at that time, what was called Northern Frontier District. And these districts, during the colonial government, quite a number of policies and legal documents came into being, such as the District Ordinance Act of 1902, the Vagrants Act, the Northern Frontier Province Poll Tax, and Special District Administration Act, that all were meant to disenfranchise and disadvantage Northern Frontier District. These districts were, at that time, was Turkana, Marsabit, Wajir, Mandera, Garissa, Isiolo, and Samburu counties. Post-independence government of Kenya continued with that policy of Session of Paper number 10 of 1965, which continued marginalizing, which by marginalization, this concept of discussing marginalization is greatly misunderstood. Marginalization is not equal to poverty, nor is poverty equal to marginalization. Marginalization is a state of resource denial that was deliberate, a state of resource denial that was deliberate, resulting from successive government denying resources to certain areas of this country, and thereby contributing to very serious state of underdevelopment within these regions as discussed. So during the process of constitutional making, Madam Speaker, the leaders from the Asal region lobbied extensively at Bomas of Kenya for certain specific and special consideration for some resources to be allocated for purposes of bringing these regions that are seriously underdeveloped, but resulting from a state of resource denial by successive governments at par with the rest. And that brought into being this, Article 204 that created 0.5% of all revenues collected nationally to be shared between the marginalized counties that were considered. Now, around that time when the Constitution was passed, Madam Speaker, the first 3 years of passage of Constitution 2010, CRA that was the creation of the Constitution developed policy criteria identifying marginalized areas and of sharing Equalization Fund, and they came up with 14 counties at that time, namely Turkana, Mandera, Wajir, Marsabit, Samburu, West Pokot, Tana River, Narok, Kwale, Garissa, Kilifi, Taita Taveta, Isiolo, and Lamu. The primary criteria that was used was just the state of underdevelopment as envisaged in the Constitution 2010. Madam Speaker, CRA, during the implementation, the process of institutionalization and operationalization of Equalization Fund did not take shape. And as a result, there was mirage of problems that were institutional, political, and otherwise that led to lack of implementation of Equalization Fund. CRA, while the first policy was not fully implemented, CRA went ahead to develop what they call second policy, which was largely also as a result of political pressure on CRA, misunderstood perception of what Equalization Fund was meant to cure, such as the discussion around the time of the second policy, Madam Speaker, was that of we should also consider pockets of marginalized areas in other counties. The leaders from the Asal region, Madam Speaker, tried to counter that frantically. But because that was supported by the leadership at the top, we could not make any progress. And as such, second policy of marginalization came into being that considered, instead of marginalized counties, marginalized areas, and that now extended by considering other pockets of maybe poverty within the country, and brought now the beneficiary counties from 14 to 34. Focus of the second policy shifted from historical resource denial to considering pockets of poverty within counties, thereby diluting the original intent of the drafters of the Constitution. Why do I share that as the chair of this committee, Madam Speaker? Because I have listened to many of my colleagues saying their counties have not been considered, counties are getting less money. Now, from the foregoing, it's worthy to note that the Committee on Finance did not develop the formula, neither did it develop the beneficiary areas, but rather that came from CRA as in the second policy. And an amendment can only come into being through the development of the third policy, for which it is extremely unfair, extremely unjustified to deny the original counties that were for over 50 years before the advent of devolution. They were denied resources, not to benefit from Equalization Fund, but rather what the government of today ought to have done is to come up with maybe another 0.5% to take care of the urban poor within the 47 counties, but leave Equalization Fund to benefit the intended beneficiaries or beneficiary counties, which are the 14 counties that were initially identified by CRA. However, while, Madam Speaker, Equalization Fund was operationalized in 2011-2012, it's worthwhile to share with this House that the implementation has not taken shape as envisaged, and where we stand before the passage of this bill, it's only 12 billion shilling that has been appropriated to marginalized counties out of 54 billion shillings that were supposed to be appropriated to benefit marginalized counties. Madam Speaker, we have processed the Equalization Fund bill as a committee in order to make sure that from where we sit as a committee, it is the first time now this Equalization Fund has found traction. And for the first time, we see that going forward, this Equalization Fund will be able to flow properly. And the bill that is before you as the Senate today is a bill that has brought funds from 2021-2022 and funds in 2022-2023 for purpose of appropriation, and so that it is released to beneficiary counties. Madam Speaker, these funds are not going to lapse. They are going to, once appropriated through this bill, the funds are going to be released to Equalization Fund, and it is going to remain there to be utilized by the beneficiary counties as it is. Madam Speaker, I would like to share also that in the wisdom of the committee, and in order to make sure that the Equalization Fund works flawlessly well, we have drafted Equalization Fund Administration Bill that will take care of all the gaps
that is in existence that caused the further delay of operationalization of Equalization Fund. Madam Speaker, I beg to reply and request you, using pursuant to Standing Order 66.3, I beg to move that the putting of the question be deferred to a later date. Madam Speaker, I beg to reply. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. I do direct that the division be put back to the order paper tomorrow at 2:30. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 11, motion. Adoption of the report of the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the statutory instruments exemption from expiry regulations 2022.
Senator Danson. Senator Mugatana, I believe you are the vice chair of that select committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate adopts the report of the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation on its recommendation of the statutory instruments in brackets exemption from expiry regulations 2022 laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 28th March 2023, and that pursuant to Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act, resolves to annul in its entirety the statutory instruments in brackets exemption from expiry regulation legal notice number 217 of 2022. Madam Speaker, before I go into the substance of this motion, Madam Speaker, I wish to give my thanks to the membership of this committee, of the Delegated Legislation Committee, which has been set under Order 195 of the Senate Standing Orders. Madam Speaker, the membership comprises of the Honorable Senator Mwenda Gataya, Mofire, who is the chairperson, myself, vice chairperson, Senator Joyce Korir, Senator Mohamed Faki, Senator Agnes Kavindu, Senator Daniel Maanzo, Senator Julius Murugor, Senator Betty Montet, Senator Gloria Uroba. Madam Speaker, I give thanks to all these senators who have spent hours and timeless debates and energy to come up with this report, which I have the pleasure of presenting before this House on behalf of the committee. Madam Speaker, we are requesting the House and the membership of the House to pass this motion. And I will try to explain it in a very brief way so that the members seated can understand what we are talking about. The motion is very legalistic, but it's very simple. Madam Speaker, the Attorney General on 21st November 2022 wrote to the Senate clerk and asked the Delegated Legislation Committee to propose that we give extension to 1,764 pieces of rules and regulations which were derived from 400 acts of parliament that were due for automatic lapse or revocation on the 23rd of January 2023. The Attorney General in that letter, he attached a copy of all those regulations and asked us to help him give extension so that those regulations can still be effective despite the fact that the automatic revocation that was supposed to take effect in January should now be extended further by another year. Honorable colleagues, we looked at the request by the Attorney General. The Attorney General was asking us to do like an omnibus approval of saying these 1764 regulations should be all extended, coming from 400 acts of parliament. A very big request, Madam Speaker, a very serious request. Some of the regulations, if they lapse, if we revoke them, it would mean some parastatals which are actually existing or were created by force of those regulations, those parastatals will cease to exist. Madam Speaker, it would mean out of the 400 acts of parliament that are in force, those regulations which are making those acts to be implementable would cease to function. A very serious request. And so, on behalf of this Senate, we expected the Attorney General to come himself to explain to us the reason why all these laws were not extended, all these regulations were not extended on time. Madam Speaker, the committee records its great disappointment that the Attorney General did not take this matter as seriously as we thought he should. Instead, he sent one of the legal counsel to represent him. And Madam Speaker, one Samson Davis Maundu, Principal Legal Counsel, came from the Attorney General's office to the committee meeting. Madam Speaker, we tried to interrogate Mr. Maundu on various issues, and he kept on asking for time to consult with his principals in the office, who could not attend the meeting for reasons that we were not convinced were good enough. At the end of it, Madam Speaker, the committee then said, because of the heaviness of this matter and the way Senate is taking it, we would request to re-invite the Attorney General to come to the committee so that him being the principal legal advisor would come and explain some of the questions that we had as a committee, which we were not getting answers from Mr. Maundu. And Mr. Speaker, we did request for that meeting, but that meeting never took place, Madam Speaker. It never took place, and we are convinced, Madam Speaker, that the Attorney General's office did not give this matter the serious attention that it required. Especially, the committee observed that under the Statutory Instrument Act 2013, in particular Section 21, subsection 2,
The person who is supposed to actually seek for an extension of a regulation is the minister responsible. And the minister responsible, the cabinet secretary responsible, is supposed to seek the extension in consultation with the committee. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, there was no cabinet secretary who came. So the committee of the Senate observed that it was unprocedural for the Attorney General to purport to act on behalf of all the cabinet secretaries who were seeking extension of the application of those rules and regulations from the 400 acts, yet they never came before the committee. They never consulted with the committee. Madam Speaker, here is the problem. The problem is we were asking questions, and these questions even the Attorney General could not answer, even if he came. If, for example, you are dealing with the coffee rules, the coffee regulations, if you are seeking to extend, the question the committee was asking is, why did you have to wait until the last minute? Where were the officers within your ministry? What were they doing? And we needed justification for us to accept those extensions. And Madam Speaker, this particular section of the Statutory Instruments Act made it mandatory that the Cabinet Secretary should come and make consultations with us before seeking the extensions. And it was not done. In fact, the Attorney General did not come. So even the argument of him being the legal officer for the government did not arise because he did not come to explain himself. So, Madam Speaker, the Attorney General, after failing to honor the committee's invitation on the 8th of December 2022, we decided and resolved and made recommendations, 2 recommendations as I finished. That number 1, pursuant to Section 15(1) of the Statutory Instruments Act and Standing Order 195, subsection 4B of the Senate Standing Orders, the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation recommends that the Senate resolves that the statutory instruments exemption from expiry regulations, legal notice number 217 of 2022, be annulled. And the second one, that the respective cabinet secretaries urgently republish and submit to the Senate for scrutiny the respective statutory instruments pursuant to Section 11 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013. So, Madam Speaker, it is my duty, therefore, to move this motion, which speaks to what we found out on behalf of the Senate. And this is an indictment on the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, that your ministers are not following what is required of them under the law. Your ministers are not doing what is supposed to be done under the Statutory Instruments Act. We as a select committee are not happy that your ministers are not cooperating with the Senate Delegated Legislation Committee. And we are saying we are annulling these rules, and we are inviting now that they republish those rules. And because the Prime Cabinet Secretary is in charge of coordination between the Senate, the National Assembly, and the Cabinet, if they could speak to this issue. Because there are serious legal consequences that can follow because of this issue. And we feel very sad that we could also call the Attorney General to a committee meeting. He sends someone who has no answers. We give him an opportunity. We agree on a date. He does not turn up. And he's the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya. The reason he exists is because he needs to do the correct thing within the law. Madam Speaker, we are not happy as a delegated committee, and many of the members, Madam Speaker, expressed a lot of dissatisfaction in the manner in which 1,764 regulations, which are supposed to operate 400 acts of parliament, were not being handled with the seriousness of purpose that the Office of the Attorney General and the ministers concerned ought to. So, Madam Speaker, our prayer is that we approve this report in its entirety as we annul all those 1764 regulations from the 400 acts of parliament. Madam Speaker, I therefore move, and I ask the Honorable Charagay to second this motion. I thank you.
Honorable Chaladige.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and thank you for the Vice Chair of the committee, Senator Danson Mungatana, the one and only Mlamwamba, or Mlamamba, something like that, Mr. Speaker, as is famously known outside in Tana River and in the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, this is a very straightforward matter. I think this is not the first time that the Senate and the Parliament have annulled rules or rules and regulations in its recommendation in the report. Mr. Speaker, it's a sad state of affair because over 1,000 plus rules and regulations, Madam Speaker, are stand. Madam Speaker, as you are aware, there are organizations and agencies within government are as illegal as at now. Because of this illegal extension, the legal notice issued by Attorney General, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the current Attorney General and my good friend, former Speaker of the National Assembly, Speaker Justin Buni Muturi, or J.B. Muturi as is known, is a former member of Parliament by the fact that he is also a Speaker of the House. He knows the pivotal role that Parliament plays. So, Madam Speaker, when we get a former colleague snapping a committee of the House, some of us find it sad and unfortunate because we expect a lot from our colleagues who sat with us in this Parliament, Madam Speaker, and appreciate the unique role that the Parliament plays. What do you show, Madam Speaker, to the others who have never served in Parliament? Madam Speaker, this legal notice number 2017 that was issued purportedly by the Attorney General is a legal ab initio. The law is very clear in Statutory Act that an extension is sought by the specific Cabinet Secretary. If it is a rules and regulations that concerns hospital, the CS in charge of health, Madam Nakumicha, should be the one. Madam Speaker, if it is about the National Assembly, over 400 acts of Parliament, Madam Speaker, and the rules and regulations like pest control, it is the CS of Agriculture, Senator Mithika Linturi, who should be in a position to request extension. The practicability, Madam Speaker, we appreciate that the delegated committee of both houses, National Assembly and the Senate, cannot sit and be able to pass 1,761 rules and regulations in a go. That's why the law has provided for an extension. But it is done by the specific minister, Madam Speaker. And therefore, this was illegal from the word go, and therefore I agree with the committee that the specific cabinet secretary, not all is lost to gazette and request for extension of such regulations, Madam Speaker. I don't know why the committee did not use powers. There is what we call Powers and Privileges Act. And there is powers that been given, I think, Article 125 of the Constitution to summon any witness. An exception is not the AG. Therefore, we cannot, Madam Speaker, the work of Parliament is not a wedding. It's not a baby shower. It's not a party day party where we say, please, can you come? Can you appear? Madam Speaker, the Powers and Privileges Act and even the Constitution has given us powers, the quasi-judicial powers of the High Court, to even summon when the invitees have declined our invitation. And even the law has given us powers that the Inspector General of Police should produce that witness to its failure. And even those powers have been given that we can surcharge those state officers by making them pay even above 500,000 Kenyan shillings, way and above, as part of failing to appear before the committee. Madam Speaker, I want to challenge the Committee of Delegated Legislation through my brother, the Vice Chairperson, that they have powers to summon the Attorney General if he fails to come, Madam Speaker. This business, this is not courtesy. It is, the law requires that if the Attorney General, or even as Madam Speaker, where I serve as public accounts, as a Vice Chair and the member, we have on several occasions summoned governors and ensure that they are frog marched. The famous case called Mwangi Wairia of Muranga, Madam Speaker, because I sat in the previous. We even directed then that it will be produced by Inspector General of Police, and the IG appeared before us and explained why he could not frog march Mwangi Wairia. So when I see former Governor of Muranga, Mwangi Wairia, lecturing us about integrity, about going to Mandamano, I always cry for this country. Because the same person who is saying follow the rule of law declined when he was the governor to appear before public accounts, which is given power by a constitution. Madam Speaker, these people are just the hypocrites of the law. We went even ahead and fined the former governor of Kitui, Madam Charity Kaluki Ngilu. So it is the instruments that we envisage that we can summon and charge them, Madam Speaker. And if they fail, Madam Speaker, and I want to challenge from this floor of the House, the President has been very magnanimous with Parliament. That is why we amended the standing orders, Madam Speaker, so that cabinet secretaries can appear before the floor of the House and answer questions. The President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto, has instructively, all government officers must appear and answer questions before Parliament. Madam Speaker, the goodwill of the President should be respected by the people, including the Attorney General, and we cannot take it lightly, Madam Speaker. We shall employ the President both in private and in official capacity, Madam Speaker, that some of these individuals, whether cabinet secretaries or the Attorney Generals, who feel or they are sickly to appear before Parliament, they must do so, because the President, as even us as Kenya Kwanza in parliamentary group meetings, he has insisted that government officers must appear before Parliament. So there is no two way about it. Madam Speaker, if somebody does not want to appear before Parliament, they get paid by taxpayers. They serve Kenyans unless they serve anybody else. Because anybody, including us here, the senators who are seated here, we serve Kenyans. We serve our independent. Madam Speaker, you serve Kenyans at your capacity. Who else is our boss? It is the Kenyans. And therefore, when these organizations remain illegal, as they are today because of rules and regulations, somebody must be held for commission or omission. And therefore, I want to urge the committee that they should stop writing love letters to the person concerned. This is a serious matter, Madam Speaker. Let us be serious. And Madam Speaker, we should avoid casually, just casually when you are invited before the, and Madam Speaker, in future, and that is my thinking, if any cabinet secretary, because the Attorney General enjoys the status of a CS, if any cabinet secretary, Madam Speaker, through your office, declines to appear before a committee, they should not appear before the Senate. You cannot refuse to appear before a committee of the Senate then you want to appear before the Senate to answer questions. Madam Speaker, you should give a direction and a ruling that such individuals who don't want to appear before committees, they should not appear before the Senate during question time on Wednesdays. Madam Speaker, the third point, finally, because this is a straightforward matter, operation, and therefore this is to challenge the cabinet secretaries that they need to be the ones that issue the extension of these rules and regulations. Madam Speaker, the rules and regulations are many. I wouldn't want to tire my colleagues. I know the report has been prepared by the committee. These are 1,761 rules and regulations. Madam Speaker, some of them are critical, including many, Madam Speaker, both cutting from aviation, agriculture, and many others, Madam Speaker, that will facilitate. And therefore, legal notice number 217, the Statutory Instrument Act number 23 of 2013, and extension on rules that were sought, Madam Speaker, they should be or should not suffice legally because it does not hold water, Madam Speaker. And the recommendations of the committee, of course, be annulled, and therefore I would request colleagues that, Madam Speaker, you cannot cherry pick. I know some government officers, when they appear before National Assembly, they imagine they should not appear before the Senate. We had that problem in the last parliament. We cannot allow that to happen. Therefore, even if they had appeared before the National Assembly, Madam Speaker, they should not be in a fallacy that they can appear. Because, Madam Speaker, Article 93 of the Constitution, 2010, it says Parliament is the Senate and the National Assembly. I think I'm the least person to advise the Attorney General because he's more learned. Not he's more learned, he's more senior than some of us. Article 93 is very clear. And having served as a Speaker and Member of Parliament, you should be aware, Madam Speaker. The finally is we need to republish because there are many organizations, Madam Speaker, that are as illegal as at now, as I had indicated, because of number of rules and regulations that are there. So, colleagues, I want to urge that let us move ahead and ensure we follow the rule of law. We are exercising all this on behalf of the people. The powers that we have been given, Madam Speaker, is the law-making powers. There is no anywhere other in this country that they have as privileges that we have as parliamentarians. We can make the law, we can amend, we can annul, we can nullify. Those are powers that we have been given, Madam Speaker, that we enjoy. And therefore, when rules and regulations comes, Madam Speaker, our Committee of Delegated Legislation have an obligation. And therefore, I want to congratulate and thank the committee for the job well done. Madam Speaker, we want our committees of the Senate to always do their job as per the law, in good faith, to table their reports, Madam Speaker. And I beg for the respect of this House, and Senator Kavindu, we served with her in the last session. For the respect of this House, we must annul these rules and regulations. For the respect, Madam Speaker, I was here when we did a march of justice from the Senate launch. That was not Mandamano, let me call a Senate of Justice. We went through Parliament Road, GPO, Valley Road, up to Milimani before Justice Weldon Korir, where we were challenging more than 24 legislations that been dissented by former President Uhuru Kenyatta without the concurrence of the Senate. This House has come from far. We drafted those pleadings, courtesy and support of your Secretariat, Madam Speaker, from your office then. And I can see most of the people on table office led by Senator, Clerk, maybe in future, Clerk Zakayo Mogere, although the word Zakayo has another meaning on the streets, and my sister Zia, they were there, and we walked before the High Court in Milimani, Madam Speaker. From 2013, by the way, Senate has been fighting to survive. And I ask you, my colleagues, the fight is still on. A luta continua. For the Senate to have a position in this parliament and to be respected, we have had to fight many hurdles. We have had to overcome many challenges, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, being an immediate former Secretary General of the ruling party, you know, and by the way, thank God, the President of the Republic of Kenya, all Senate at the highest esteem. And that is why Senate needs to thrive during this session, because we have the blessings of the highest office in the land to do our job, Madam Speaker. We are not saying the support of the President in any way means that the Senate should not do its job. We are doing it, but we are doing it in complementarily, in what we call symbiotic relationship. I don't know, in biology form 2, for some of us who's people, there was what we call symbiosis, where you study, and there is that symbiotic relationship between the executive, the parliament, and the judiciary, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the survival and the fight of the Senate is still on. Even on division of revenue, since 2013, we have been seeking Supreme Court. In fact, Article 118, Madam Speaker, there was a time that they had said Senate should not be involved in budget-making process. We went to Supreme Court, they say budget involvement of the Senate must be there, Madam Speaker. Even on the issue of money bill, I know of colleagues who have generated bills, but when it reaches to the National Assembly, they say this is money bill, Senate should not be involved. Madam Speaker, when you talk about security, it's a national government function, but it affects counties. When you talk about immigration, there are many counties like Kilifi, like Busia, like Bungoma, who border other countries. Should counties and Senate should not be involved because it's an immigration issue? Madam Speaker, the soul and the heart of this House is on the line. And such decisions we make before this floor of the House will make this House to be respected and to be allowed to do its job, Madam Speaker. Therefore, I challenge my colleagues, let us agree with the report of the delegated legislation led by our Vice Chair, Senator Danson Munkatana, who is also representing us in IPU. I can see, I'm surprised, Madam Speaker, I didn't know Senator Eddie Okech is in the House. I saw him in Wayaki Way, Wapi, and all over, Madam Speaker. I saw him hanging around the tarmac on the road. But I'm happy he has realized that the people of Migori did not send him to be on the streets, but be on the floor of the House. And I hope, Senator Danson, you are guiding him. You know you are a senior properly. But as Speaker, with those very, very remarks, and with utmost respect, I beg to second and urge my colleagues to adopt, as is the report of the committee. I second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Chiraghe. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the statutory instruments exemption from expiry regulations 2022, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 28 March 2023, and that pursuant to Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act, resolves to annul in its entirety the statutory instruments exemption from expiry regulations legal notice number 217 of 222. Honorable Senators, this matter is now open for debate and contribution from the members. I call upon Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim to contribute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion by the Committee of Delegated Legislation, which is, exhaustively done and presented by Senator Mungatana. And I rise to first thank them for a job well done in really safeguarding the interest of the nation first, the interest of entities that are affected, because sometimes requests will be presented to various committees, and if you don't keenly look at those requests, you're going to really cause a lot of inconvenience and disadvantages to many. The legislations that are proposed to be extended affect many different groups. However, it is important to hold people to account for failures to implement regulations as they are presented. And when you talk about regulations that affect over 400 acts that are published, and what is being discussed as 1,764 regulations that affect over 400 acts is a very serious issue. Our committee, our ABLE committee, has done a wonderful job in making sure they have dissected, looked through it, and they have also given, the right opportunity for the persons who have sponsored, the extension of these expiries to appear before the committee with respect, so that they're able to defend why and what has led to these regulations not to have been given effect in the due course by the persons who are responsible. The committee has reported here, Madam Speaker, that neither the respective CSS nor the Attorney General have responded to the invitation that was given by the committee in order to make sure that they seek further information, further clarification, so that they're able to make informed decision. In the absence of that, the committee has recommended for us to annul that request, and I rise to support this annulment request and support the motion as presented, and also adaptation of the report as presented by the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation, in order to make sure that the right thing is done. There is no lesser house in the actual sense. The people of this house are people elected from the entire county, and then if maybe persons responsible, accountable officers, do appear before the National Assembly and fail to appear before the Senate, this is going to create a precedence that will render the Senate irrelevant, and which we cannot allow. As such, I support the motion to annul and the motion for adaptation of the report. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Esther Okenyuri Anyen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to support this motion and agree with the recommendations of members of that committee that has just been laid by the good senator of Tana River, Mlamamba. Madam Speaker, in supporting some of the recommendations that they actually made, maybe if I share my experience from the Health Committee, Madam Speaker, in the Health Committee, this is for the third time now, we are requesting the CS for Health to appear in our committee, and she has failed to appear in that committee, not even for the induction meetings that give members basic knowledge on what the ministry is doing or how we should closely work with the ministries to help them achieve their mandate in serving the several millions of low-class citizens, middle-aged, and well-doing Kenyans. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's a time as the Senate, we stand with whatever we agree. Then other houses are going to take us seriously on this issue. When you write to even a CS, the responses are so basic that any other school-going child can actually read and don't show up. Why should you respond very basic issues if the committee had alternative ways of actually looking for information? Then they should not have even written to you. There's a reason as to why senators even seek for statements, not to just get written answers. When they actually write for you to appear physically, there's information that you can actually get from a one-on-one engagement than sending officers who are on acting capacity, whom you can actually not take to account on anything you agree at committee level. So I actually support this proposal in as much as it's actually radical. It's actually going to give the Senate a new lease of life, that we do not actually complain of being ignored, but show how tough we can bite and how we can stick to whatever we agree. And Senator Cherargei said it here very well. There's no way you want to not to appear at the committee, but you want to appear at the Senate, where you are only responding to a question and you'll go out. There's no chance for members to even interact further. It's limited. So, Madam Speaker, I support this motion and urge other members of similar opinion to support it in its entirety. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Joyce Corinne Chepkoech.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to also echo my sentiments pertaining these rules and regulations from the various departments. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the Committee on Delegated Legislation, led by our EPO Vice Chair. Being a member of the same committee, Madam Chair, I want to say that we deliberated on these issues. We checked, looked on a number of issues that are supposed to be followed, because this is just the reason why it's being annulled is because of the procedures that was not duly followed, Madam Speaker. And I want to say this, Madam Speaker, that the reason why it was not followed is because I believe there was a notion that the committee might not take it serious. That is why they allowed over 1,000 rules and regulations to be annulled today, Honorable Madam Speaker. Now, I want to say this, Madam Speaker, that it is not a good practice for this country, especially when we are fighting to improve the economy of this country. It is not a good practice. We are not setting a good precedent in terms of how we are doing, or the way the cabinet ministers are setting their rules and regulations for them to be able to operate, Madam Speaker. So I want to say that the committee went ahead, having invited them to come and deliberate these issues together with the committee, and look at the issues that the committee wanted to be addressed. And having failed, Madam Speaker, it is the committee that have decided that this should be annulled. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the number of members who have spoken to this report, that they are in agreement that it has to be annulled, because we are not here, Madam Speaker, Honorable Cherargei has said that we wrote some letters, love letters. It was not love letters, it was just a respect that we gave them. So they should not take our respect for granted, Madam Speaker. And that is why we have shown them through the annulment. So I don't want to say much, but I just say that I am in support of the committee to annul this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Joyce. There are no other requests for contribution to this debate, so I now want to call upon the mover of the motion to reply. Senator Mungatana.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak, to reply, and I beg to reply, Madam Speaker, as follows. That I appreciate, Madam Speaker, all the speakers who have spoken to this motion. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Cherargei for seconding this motion. I want to thank the Honorable Esther Ekenyuri, the Honorable Joyce Korir, the Honorable Ali Roba, and Madam Speaker, I'm grateful that they had confidence in what we have done as a committee. Madam Speaker, we are sending a message to the executive that they must take their work seriously for the benefit of this country. So, Madam Speaker, I beg to reply, and I wish to request that you defer the putting of the question to a later date pursuant to Standing Order number 66, sub rule 3. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mungatana. I will defer the putting of the question to tomorrow at 2:30. And I would also wish to rearrange the order paper, the business of the day. So I want us to go to order number 21, so you can call it out, clerk.
Order number 21, motion, compensation of the Kenyan victims of the 1998 bombing of the United States Embassy in Nairobi.
Senator Agnes Kavindu, you had 13 minutes remaining on this motion.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to complete my motion for compensation on the Kenyan victims of 1998 bombing in the United States Embassy in Nairobi. Madam Speaker, I had already read all what I had written on the motion, and I want to continue and say that I don't see why the American government should not compensate Kenyans who died in these bomb blasts and those whom some of the parts of their bodies were cut off by the effect of the bomb, and some of them are seriously hurt, they were seriously injured. They are still undergoing treatment, and some of them are really, really suffering because of lack of funds. There are children who never finished their schools because their parents were the sole winners, and they are the ones who are educating them. And so because most of the parents died and most of them lost their jobs, they could not continue with their studies. And so the fund, the US victim of the state-sponsored terrorist fund, which is there, should then compensate the Kenyans, and I don't see why they should not be compensated, given that even the American government people, officials, dignitaries have been visiting, they have been visiting the Nairobi Memorial Park for 1998 bomb blasts. Just namely, a few of them who have visited, one of them being Prudence Bushnell, the US ambassador. He visited the scene in 2001. And Michael Ranneberg visited the scene, the US ambassador also visited the scene again in 2008. Hillary Clinton, the US Secretary of State, visited the scene in 2009. Ron Kang, a US ambassador in Kenya, visited the scene in 2009 also. Joe Biden, the US Vice President then, in 2010 visited the scene. Barack Obama, the US President, visited the scene in 2015. John Kerry, US Secretary of State, visited the scene in 2015 also. And Robert Godek, US ambassador, and Lori Munkerson visited the scene in 2018. Rex Tillerson, the US Secretary of State, visited 2018. David Hale, the US Secretary for Political Affairs, visited the scene in 2019. Eric Nicola, the US Charge d'Affaires, visited in 2018, and Margaret Whitman, the US ambassador, visited in 2022. And just most recently, Jill Biden, the US First Lady, visited the scene this year actually, 2023. And so all these dignitaries, being aware of what happened in Kenya and what took place, and our people died. Our people are still suffering. I don't see why our people should not be included in this fund, and that is why I'm requesting the Foreign Affairs Ministry, the minister, the CS, and our embassy in America. They speak to the government of the US and speak to them so that they can include Kenyans in this fund so that they can be compensated. And I had agreed with Cherankai that you will second me, but let Senator here second me. Senator, you are going to second me because Cherankai is not here, so you're going to second this motion, please. Senator Hedy, you're going to second this motion and then to be open. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kavindu, have you moved the motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move the motion and I ask Senator Hedy to second.
Senator Hedy, it's your time.
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to second this wonderful motion by the good senator of Machakos County, Senator Kavindu Mudhama, on the compensation of victims of what I will term as international terrorism that occurred in our borders in 1998. Madam Speaker, international terrorism is something that countries have continued to struggle with. And even before we talk about the victims of such kind of heinous crimes, we have seen concerted effort by different countries who have got good cooperation among themselves. We have seen constant cooperation in terms of dealing with the terrorism, even between Kenya and the United States, to the extent that that collaboration that we have always seen before terror attacks happen in the country or otherwise should be the spirit with which we approach this issue of compensation. And Madam Speaker, I say this because when I hear that there are families that lost lives in 1998, in fact, history tells us that in this particular incident, 213 Kenyans lost their lives in that attack. There is no any life that is important than the other, but comparatively, 12 Americans lost their lives in that attack. And then we are told by history as well that 5,000 people from both countries experienced other kind of damages, be it to property or to their own physical and psychological torture due to this terror attack. Now, Madam Speaker, when we look at the people who died in this problem, Madam Speaker, some of them were actually working for the US Embassy. And this is the kind of goodwill that I'm talking about, that when we talk about terror attacks and the problem that comes with terrorism in our borders, I think it is something that should not be confrontational. I think it's something that should not even be able to bring conflict. It should be in good spirit for the United States to actually consider helping those who suffered from these terror attacks. Madam Speaker, there are families that their children who were left without parents because of this particular attack, to the extent that, Madam Speaker, these kids that were left without a parent, or even in some cases 2 parents gone, Madam Speaker, they will experience a lifetime of poverty. They are most likely to die without ever getting education. They are most likely to die without ever getting employed. They are most likely to die without ever having the capabilities of owning property. In some cases where people were maimed in these terror attacks, it is so inhuman, Madam Speaker, to see that they have lived with this curse for so long. We are talking about 1998, Madam Speaker, when I know personally as Eddie Okech that when I lost my own mother, not in related matters, I lost my own mother in 2003, Madam Speaker. And when I lost my mother, I know the trauma that comes with losing a mother, to the extent that when I was still in primary school, I was forced to drop out of school to try my own life, in which, struggling in the back streets of Migori town, I ended up finding myself in Nairobi, and I ended up being supported by other families that gave me a chance. In total, I was adopted by 7 families so that I could be able to get education. That is why today I bear a name of the 2 most confronting and 2 most rival tribes. I bear a name Okech and I bear a name Gisheru, because a Gisheru did not see any tribe in me, but a talent in me, and supported me to go to school. I can imagine that somebody like me, who did not come, who was not a victim of war, a victim of conflict, had to struggle to find a basis, to find even a compass direction in life. What about those that lost their parents in the dust of this terror attack? Up and above economic emptiness that they have experienced, up and above medical problems that they have experienced, the trauma, Madam Speaker, is unbearable. Sometimes it is not clean and clear in the minds of people who are sitting way overseas. But Madam Speaker, this is an issue of humanity. This is an issue of human dignity. This is an issue of morality. This is when the United States, a country that prides itself as the land of the free and the land of the brave, should actually self-examine and be able to think about these families, not as Kenyans, not as Africans, but these families as one human family, one race of humanity, and be able to work with the government of Kenya, Madam Speaker, to ensure that these families are not only compensated, but are supported to find a bearing in their lives, are supported to be able to dream, are supported to be able to build families that have got meaning. In any case, Madam Speaker, as I finish, we do know that under the Justice Department in the United States, the funds that are always collected to be able to support efforts to assist people who have been affected by this kind of terror attacks are usually fines and money that are raised in the general population in the United States. And these funds, Madam Speaker, are proceeds of sometimes violations of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act in the United States. That means that it is the people of the United States that are putting together these funds to be able to respond to those who have been unfortunate to experience deaths and even loss of property and health, which they did not plan. So, Madam Speaker, I want to urge the government of the United States, and I want to also urge the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs in our country, that this is not a matter that we should be able to confront each other with. This is a matter that the United States should look at it as an issue of human dignity, as an issue that no family ever signed to work in the United States borders or within the embassy and planned to be found in these attacks. And in any case, people who were going about their business innocently were actually working in a pseudo land in the United States, because an embassy is actually a territory of the United States in pseudo terms. So I want to urge the United States government, and particularly the Justice Department of the United States, to make this a serious consideration. And it's a consideration that I think that will go far in terms of even cementing the relationship between the United States and Kenya. Because if you stand with Kenya at times when we are struggling with dealing with people who innocently, some of them gave their lives without knowing, by working for the institution, the US Embassy at that time, then we see a friend. Then we see a country that we can work with. Then we see a country that we can trade with. Then we see a country that we can be able to build a strong relationship with. This is one of the best motions that I've seen in my time in Senate, and I believe that this motion is going to test the bilateral relationship that is between Kenya and the United States. And as I second Madam Speaker, I want to urge us, even as senators, that we support this motion, and we also put some pressure in the executive to take a different approach that can be able to build this relationship, and these people get compensated and they get better life. With that, Madam Speaker, I second. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that, aware that disaster is defined as an overwhelming event and circumstance that tests the adaptation of responses of a community or individuals beyond their capability and leads momentarily to massive disruption or function for a community or individual that often exceeds their capacity to cope using existing resources. Further aware that such was the case with the 1998 US Embassy bomb disaster in Nairobi, in which many of the Kenyan casualties resulted from the collapse of adjacent buildings located within a 2 to 3 block radius, and with the reverberation being felt in most parts of Nairobi, that resulted in 213 Kenyans and 12 Americans killed and over 5,000 citizens of both countries being seriously injured. Noting that US allies, including Kenya, have endured the great burden of death and long-term, and in many instances, permanent physical and psychological injury. Further noting that the United States government has since compensated some of the victims and families of US citizens, leaving the families of Kenyan citizens and certain other victims uncompensated. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, 1, advances friendship and cooperation between the United States and Kenya by supporting the eligibility of Kenyans and American victims and their personal representatives, surviving spouse, and next of kin in the Victim Compensation Fund pursuant to the Justice for United States Victim of State-Sponsored Terrorism Act, and 2, partners with the Ministry of Health to explore subsidized medical treatment for the surviving victims of the bomb blast. Senators, we now are free to make contributions to this motion. I will call up Senator Siengo Beth Kalunda to contribute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to support this motion by Senator for Machakos County on compensation of Kenyan victims from the bombing of the US Embassy in 1998. Disaster strikes when least expected, as it happened in 1998 when Kenyans awakened to international terrorism. Madam Speaker, it is saddening to know that since it happened several years ago, 25 years ago, American government has compensated some of the American individuals and families, and Kenyans are still languishing and suffering. For me, I will read discrimination. Discrimination in the sense that the Kenyans who lost their lives Some got maimed, some are disabled, others blind. They are suffering. They may not take, even those who survived, may not take their children to school, may not contribute even to nation building as expected of them. Madam Speaker, the Kenyans who were working at the American embassy and others who were in the adjacent buildings suffered. Some lost their lives and others, as we have stated. Madam Speaker, US prides herself in democracy. It would be prudent for US to compensate Kenyan victims who suffered from this international terrorism. Madam Speaker, looking at what has been happening, there are so much other disasters and international terrorist attacks that have happened, and action has been taken. Why leave out these Kenyans? So, Madam Speaker, I would request the Kenyan government, I know under the leadership of His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, who says that they are following bottom-up model, minding about the hustlers, those who are suffering. These are some of hustlers. Those Kenyan victims are hustlers. So the government should take priority in pushing for compensation of the Kenyan victims. Madam Speaker, I stand to support the motion. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Beth. Senator Joyce Korir.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Allow me to congratulate one and only Iron Lady from the land of Machakos, the Kamba Nation. I'm seeing his brother is looking at me furiously. I want to say this, that this is a very emotive issue that has taken ages before it is concluded. The details are within the government and even the United States, that is the Washington, D.C. I've been trying to do some research and I've seen that they are also willing to pay, but I believe there are some misunderstandings between the United States and Kenyan in terms of amendment of some laws to allow them to pay the victims. As it has been stated, Madam Chair, I want to say that it will be prudent if we can take this seriously, not just to debate in this House, but to take it seriously to an extent that the relevant committee, together with the motion mover, could have a meeting with the relevant ministry so that we can have, I can talk of an ad hoc committee between I can talk of an ad hoc committee to be formed, Madam Speaker, that will address the issues ranging from the Kenyan Embassy to the Washington, D.C., and to this Parliament, so that we can have a conclusive report that will pave way on how best we can handle this. So, Madam Speaker, this is something that we cannot just debate, we cannot just talk, but we need to get facts on how far has it gone in Washington, D.C., how far has it gone with the embassy, how far has it gone with the ministry, so that the issues that have been raised by Honorable Mrs. Mudhama can be addressed adequately, Madam Speaker. So I don't want to say much, but I want to say these are victims who have really suffered. Some of them are no longer walking. Some of them died. Their families are frustrated. Some of their kids might not even be going to school. There are a lot of unanswered questions, Madam Speaker, which is seen because I've also tried to have a look at do some research, and I've seen a number of comments being done by the former Prime Minister, and I've even seen comments being made by the current president, whom I know is so much concerned about this compensation to these victims, Madam Speaker. So I want to say, let's handle this with a lot of concerns. I will request through your chair, Madam Speaker, that before we conclude on this motion, you may make a better ruling that will enable will enable this House, because now it's a document of this House, will enable this House to really fast track and know the exact position of this matter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senator Manzo Daniel Kitunga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this important motion. Madam Speaker, I support it. Madam Speaker, when this happened, I was a fourth-year law student at the University of Nairobi. And I remember as I was leaving Parkland's campus, there was this loud bang which shook Nairobi all the way even to Parklands. And when I came to town, I realized the town was chaotic. I had actually had personal friends who had been injured in that place. Some were working for Cooperative Bank. And even a gentleman who was walking at the roundabout near that area where the US Embassy was based, got, from the force which had come from the bomb, got his clothes torn off and found himself naked, and later on in the hospital. I was in Nairobi and I followed the events. There was a Minister Kamoba who was actually having a meeting with Prudence Bush now in a building nearby. And you know, there was a very big effort to save Kenyans, and it was really bad. But at the same time, Madam Speaker, there was, at the same time when this happened, there was another bomb in Tanzania, and there was another bomb in the Sudan. So it was international attack. It was not really negligence of the country, our country, or even the Americans. It was just an act against the Americans, actually, and against the American government. It was an act of war. And subsequently, because we were very good friends with the Americans, it hit us here. Madam Speaker, I have a very, very personal interest with the American Embassy in Kenya, because my wife worked there for 19 years, and then resigned to complete her PhD. So there are people I know very well. Some of our workmates even were in that bomb situation. But I also want to say quite a number of Kenyans I know got injured there. Now that there are some proceedings going on and there has been an effort to do something, and quite a number of American leaders have visited the Memorial Park, and it is something known very well, even by the President of America, and quite a number of senators and congressmen and women who are our friends. And I am very close to the Congress and to Senate in the US. I know quite a number of people. And in fact, when Senator Chris Coons was here, after meeting quite a number of Kenyans, I'm the last person who had a cup of tea with him before he flew back to the US. And they actually represented senators because we were on recess. And they checked whoever senator was around, and I went to represent all of you. We had, at Kempinski, I had about an hour or so with him. He's a very resourceful senator. So I believe out of the good friendship we have with the US government and the US Senate and the US Congress, and even some very influential people I know who are doing quite a number of activities in Washington, like my first employer, Feroz Noroji, who is an advocate, and who is busy now doing writing books, and is now currently at Washington, and he's a very well-known lawyer and understands this. We can have a way of getting even representation or getting a team, as it has been proposed, to be able to address this matter once and for all. Remember recently the Honorable Paul Muite, as an advocate, addressed the matter of Mau Mau after it took so many years. So this matter can be addressed. Some of the victims are still alive. Others have passed on. Their relatives are here. They are suffering. I remember there's a lady who was known to PLO Lumumba, I think the sister of PLO Lumumba, advocate, who I used to to go and see in the university, I mean at the embassy as a student, and she was helping me with some works I was doing on my dissertation. They were that resourceful. The mistake we did as Kenyans was to put the embassy in the middle of town, or to allow, but it is not really our mistake. Terrorism can attack anybody anywhere, and the outcome of terrorism in one way has to be addressed. And that's why they have come up with the victim of state-sponsored terrorism fund. And that fund being existent, it means then it is just that matter of legislation, probably because this is a different state, so that these people can be compensated. But it shows that there is a goodwill for the people to be compensated. It's only that a little bit of action. And I believe this action can originate from this Senate. And probably it may mean an amendment of this motion so that we can capture a committee be set up. I really want to urge the mover to think of that. A committee from this Senate be set up to approach the Senate in the US and probably the congressmen. And they're very good people. In February, I attended their national prayer breakfast. And they were very, very organized, and we were hosted by about 30 congressmen in the evening before. And when we went for the next day for the national prayer breakfast, it was something else. So they are very familiar. We visited them in their offices. So we can also get 1 or 2 congressmen moving the other side. But when it is house to house, Madam Speaker, is much better. House to house, it moves faster. And therefore, I believe we can be able to move this very fast. All the victims are identifiable. That's why there's a memorial park. Their names are there. Those who are blind are still around. I know 1 or 2 friends of the Honorable Kavindu Muthama, who even met a week ago when we were preparing for something concerning her. So they are friends. She has friends with those people and people she had known even before they were injured. You can imagine somebody who suffers blindness in mature age, how they find it so difficult to navigate. And they have children who are going to school. And I can assure you these families really, really suffered. And not only these particular victims, there was a cooperative, Ofundi, whose building was completely brought down, Ofundi Cooperative Society. That cooperative, and there were savings of members, they have never recovered. This, so although they tried later on, they need some compensation of some sort. The cooperative bank building was affected. They actually repaired it themselves. I'm sure they suffered some loss, a big loss actually, which almost saw the bank in a financial crisis. So because the building was damaged and the employees and things like that, and you know that's the headquarters of that bank. So we need to look at the whole thing so that as you compensate the victims, then you also compensate any other damages which were done to the country, you know what exactly happened. And in the future, really, we must really think of fighting terrorism as a country. We must stop these local wars and think very carefully, because recently we were hit in Westlands. These terrorists are still around. The other day I approached Minister Kidiki, together with a team from Makueni County, on the safety of the highway, the towns, the railway gauge. A lot of times, you know, there are supposed to be people who are patrolling there. But a lot of times the vehicle is broken down. And you know, we are all using this railway gauge. Our children are using it once in a while, everybody. But a lot of it in Makueni, which goes for about 200 kilometers, is unsecured. You saw recently what is happening in churches. The churches need to be secured every Sunday, or for the Seventh-day Adventists on Saturdays. You saw what happened in our neighboring country, Congo, where a church was attacked and 58 worshippers died. And this terrorist actually had come from Kenya. He's a Kenyan who had been indoctrinated. He's now been arrested. He's there, you know, in the Congo. So if we have this, and we have even a lot of Kenyans, young Kenyans who had gone for training and are around. In fact, one fellow was coming to commit an act like that in a public gathering, like the one we had yesterday. And then he saw his mother singing there. And the mother had not seen him for years. So he decided not to go on with, he frustrated the attack. And you can see at times these people sneak even sneak past our security. So we even need special training on this so that we can really secure the country and avoid this sort of disaster in the future. Because when it happens into other places, there may be no fund like this. And even as Kenyans, we should begin thinking of a similar fund in case things happen here. And even the other terrorist activities which has happened in Kenya and has injured people, like the one in the Westlands. Some people, cars were destroyed. People, I know 1 or 2 people who lost their relatives there. They have not been compensated. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's really something we need to think very carefully about, want to support it, and want to agree with our great commissioner that something more than what we have presented here needs to be done, so that, Madam Speaker, we can be able to help Kenyans in this regard. I support.
Thank you, Senator. Senator John Methu. We have 3 more interested in this debate. We hope you'll be considerate on time.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would want to also allow my other colleagues to comment on this motion. I rise to support this motion. I am of the opinion, Madam Speaker, that this is a very, very timely motion. I don't know why the Senator for Makueni set a precedence of really people mentioning where they were when this attack happened, because I was barely a class 1 pupil. I was a nursery school kid, and that makes it even sad that I have grown all the way to become a senator, and no compensation has been made to the victims of this particular terrorism attack. Madam Speaker, from my records, I am seeing the definition of a victim as an individual who suffers direct or threatened physical, financial, or emotional harm as a result of commission of crime, and in this case, it will be terrorism. So, Madam Speaker, the 5,000 that were injured in this very, very unfortunate terrorism act, and the 213 Kenyans who died, and the 12 Americans who died, Madam Speaker, duly qualifies to be deemed as victims of this crime. Madam Speaker, in fighting and combating terrorism, terrorists must never feel like they have won. Terrorists must never feel like they had it. And one of the major wins for terrorists, Madam Speaker, is when they imagine that they have inflicted too much pain on a country and a people that they're not able to recover. To ease the burden and prove to them that they never succeeded, Madam Speaker, is why I'm very, very convinced that this is a very, very timely motion that we must consider. And reading into the prayers of the motion, Madam Speaker, that our own government, our own Ministry of Foreign Affairs advances friendship and cooperation between our country and the United States to support the eligibility of Kenyans and the American counterparts. Those who survived the victims and those who were injured in the whole attack, Madam Speaker, that they qualify to get a share of the victim compensation fund, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is my very, very considered opinion that we must then first build the nexus between the Kenyans who are in the embassy and the American government. Madam Speaker, the reason why it was just that embassy that was bombed, just as my colleague has elaborated, it did not just happen in Kenya. It happened in Kenya, it happened in Tanzania, it happened in Sudan. The target, Madam Speaker, was the American people and the American government. So, Madam Speaker, it is not the laxity of the government of Kenya, neither is it the laxity of the government of Sudan or the government of Tanzania. This was an attack, just like any other terrorist attack, Madam Speaker. So in this case, the nexus between the victims and the government is in the sporadic attacks that happened in the 3 countries. So, Madam Speaker, then, as a country and as a people, we must cooperate with the government of the United States so that, one, we try, and I am persuaded by the sentiments of our colleague, Senator Manzo, that we could even upscale it to the level of even this House. We have had a very cordial working relationship with the Senate of the United States. We could approach this matter in a more bipartisan manner, Madam Speaker, that we stand in the gap of those ones who perished in that very, very heinous act, Madam Speaker, that we take that burden. It is not fair, Madam Speaker, that year in, year out, we shall speak about these victims. Some of these who were injured, Madam Speaker, have died. Poor people who had, had good working, they had good jobs. They have not been able to take care of their families. They have died, poor people. Madam Speaker, if we do not take the bull by its horn now, I don't know then when shall we take this matter. I would never want, Madam Speaker, that we get to the situation that every morning and every evening we speak about Mau Mau and their descendants, and we have not been able to do anything since 1952 when they were in the forest, Madam Speaker. Shall we, Madam Speaker, 60 years down the line, still speak about this 1998 attack, Madam Speaker? Something has to be done. Who is to do that thing, Madam Speaker? It is ourselves. The burden is on us, Madam Speaker, and we just have to do it, Madam Speaker. The second prayer, Madam Speaker, is that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should partner with the Ministry of Health to explore subsidized medical treatment for the surviving victims of the bomb blast. Madam Speaker, this surely is not a big player to ask, Madam Speaker. It is not really too much to ask, Madam Speaker. These people suffered in the line of duty, Madam Speaker. These people are victims of a terrorist attack, Madam Speaker. If then the government cannot give them even subsidized medical care and support, what then can we show as care for the people who have had this kind of suffering, Madam Speaker? We have, Madam Speaker, and this one should not be a matter of, it's not a matter that we can discuss, adjudicate, argue about. This should be a matter that can and should be addressed almost immediately. We do not require the government of the United States to come in handy to help in giving our survivors of the 1998 bomb blast medical support. Just like we have been asking that if they are surviving Mau Mau heroes, let them be given medical support. It is the least that we can show as respect. It is the respect that we can show as an appreciation of the kind of work that I have done for this country. Madam Speaker, it is not, and I am very, very convinced that it is not any wish of anybody to find themselves trapped in a terrorist attack. A terrorist attack can happen anywhere. If we do not take care, if we do not love, if we do not give back to victims, then it is a win for those who are, for the terrorists who are attacking us, Madam Speaker. We should prioritize taking care of the victims to prove to the terrorists that we as a people, we have stood, we as a people, we have won, we as a people are showing you that we have overcame the kind of attack that you have done to our country. Madam Speaker, it is not the only attack that has happened, but in the magnitude of this particular attack, and it is not really fair that year in, year out, people come to visit the 1998 bomb blast memorial or whatever. Every time we get a leader from the United States, every time we get a leader from another place, every time we get a leader from another. So then, when shall we speak about the victims? When shall we speak about the survivors? When shall we speak about those who died? We cannot just keep lamenting every day. We cannot just keep saying that a bomb blast happened. Yes, it happened. Out of the bomb blast, 12 Americans died. Out of the bomb blast, 213 Kenyans died. Out of the bomb blast, 5,000 people died. If, Madam Speaker, we cannot speak about them, then there is no point of doing the memorials every year. The memorials then will just be painful for the victims. Imagine, Madam Speaker, a person who lost their sight, a person who lost their limbs, a person who cannot walk, and they are switching on their TV, and the government has never done anything about them. Nobody has ever spoken anything about them, and you are switching on your TV and you are seeing that an American senator, an American envoy, an American deputy president, an American person is visiting the memorial of the 1998, and you are just at home. How does it make you feel, Madam Speaker? The time to speak about those victims It's not next year. It's not next election. It's not the next Senate. It's not the next government. It can only be us, and it can only be now, Madam Speaker. So I would want to support this motion with everything that I own, everything that I have, everything that would add weight on this particular matter. Finally, Madam Speaker, and I want to stress this point. I would want to belabor this point, Madam Speaker. If we want to prove to those ones who have attacked our country year in, year out, we must, and we must, and we must take care of our victims. My final comment, Madam Speaker. Today, Madam Speaker, in my very, very considered opinion, becomes a very big day for the women of this country. In my life, my short life in politics, I have not seen women rise as high as I've seen today, Madam Speaker. That a woman from your county, the Honorable Sabina Chege, is now a party leader, Madam Speaker, is something that we cannot just, we cannot just keep quiet about, Madam Speaker. That's a very major win for the women of this country. And I would want to congratulate the Jubilee Party, Madam Speaker, that out of the many parties that we have, the Jubilee Party has found it that they can have a woman at the highest decision-making position, at the highest position of the party, Madam Speaker. And that is such a good swap, Madam Speaker, that we are coming from a retired president, and we are now putting in new blood. We are now injecting the spirit of women. Women have been told to multitask on many things. I'm sure the kind of struggle that was there in Jubilee when they had the former party leader, they will come to an end naturally because a woman is now on top, Madam Speaker. So I congratulate the Honorable Sabina Wanjiru Chege, the new party leader of the Jubilee Party, and I feel that as the women of this country, they must celebrate. Thank you very much.
Senator Medho, we take note of the new developments that are happening within the political landscape, though it was not connected to the debate, the current debate. Now it's time for Senator Mofaya-Gatsa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for. I need your protection, Honorable Speaker, from Senator Manzo, who is trying to disrupt my presentation. Honorable Speaker, I stand here today a very sad person because we are debating over an issue that took place close to over 20 years, 25 years when Madhu was in nursery school. There is no when Madhu was in his nappies. Honorable Speaker, we have had a lot of debates about compensation across the board, both in the National Assembly and the Senate. If you check, we check our archive. Quite a number of honorable members have brought motions on compensations. We had a motion that was supposed to compensate the former county council councillors. That motion was brought, I think, in the National Assembly close to 15 years down the line. There is a motion also as well, which was supposed to compensate Mau Mau. People who lost their land, they lost their property, they lost their lives. There was a motion also, Honorable Speaker, which was supposed to compensate teachers. So I don't know, Honorable Speaker, the seriousness that we are displaying. Because we may end up talking a lot of English here, a lot of very beautiful presentations, but some of these things will not end up anywhere. And I want to congratulate my sister, our mom, Senator Kabindu, for coming up with a brilliant idea. But the most critical part of this idea is to make sure that we do the necessary follow-up. Because I think this motion, Honorable Speaker, will require a lot of involvement. We need to bring a lot of stakeholders on board. Because if you remember, Honorable Speaker, the target about the bombing was not even about Kenyans. The target was about the Americans who were living in Kenya. And I've heard quite a number of other members say that we had other attacks in Tanzania and so many other places at the same time. So it is the responsibility of the American government, Honorable Speaker, to make sure that the Kenyans who lost their lives, who were crippled, who were maimed, get their dues. And I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker, and I will just repeat it again, that we are discussing these things 25 years down the line. And I hope, Honorable Kavindu, because this motion is quite viable, that we bring on board quite a number of stakeholders, even if it means going all the way to the America, to the government, to make sure that we pursue this matter conclusively. Because we have had a lot of talk, empty talk, on these commissions. Today, somebody brings a motion on compensation. We have lost a motion on the compensation of Mau fighters. We have lost a motion on the councillors. We have lost a motion on teachers. So let's not create a house of rhetoric where we just come and argue, make some very beautiful presentations, and then that thing just goes and dies just like that. So this is a serious matter where we are talking about lives, and we, not even this motion alone. Honorable Speaker, we have lost very many people through dubious circumstances in this country. And it's very important, Honorable Speaker, that this time around, we must get to identify that the stakeholders, the necessary stakeholders who are supposed to make sure that we get these people compensated. Though some of them died, we have relatives and next of kin who maybe have lost livelihood because the people who used to earn on the half died. So I think, Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate my sister, my mom, Honorable Kavindu, for bringing up this motion. And I'm happy because I think this will involve quite a number of other committees. Honorable Speaker, through your guidance, maybe you will do an under committee which is supposed to bring on board quite all those stakeholders so that we can pursue this matter conclusively and get to have these people paid as it is required. I strongly support.
Thank you, Senator Kataya. Now I'll invite Senator Chirali K. Samson to.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, under Standing Order 110, looking at the gravity of this motion, Madam Speaker, I request that we give latitude and more time and engagement to improve on this motion, Madam Speaker. I request that the debate be now adjourned until a later date, Madam Speaker, to allow amendments to the motion to ensure that we involve most of the Senate and, Madam Speaker, bring about changes that we can speak at the Senate, including even engaging the Senate of the Republic of the United States of America, so that our brothers and sisters and victims, Madam Speaker, can have opportunity. Madam Speaker, as I move this adjournment of debate, Madam Speaker, is that I know there are colleagues who wanted to contribute, but we wanted to go and refine it and make it better so that we can contribute. I wanted to contribute, another colleagues here, Madam Speaker. Therefore, I just request that we move and allow the amendment to this motion, and probably, Madam Speaker, and as Madam Speaker probably is, I request, Madam Speaker, as per the standing orders, that the senator who has not spoken to this matter request that this since a motion, Madam Speaker, I request Senator Danson Mungatana to second. Senator Eddy, you had spoken to it.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the idea and the brilliant motion that has been brought by my colleague, whom I respect very much. Madam Speaker, I really have to agree with that amendment, the adjournment that is seeking to amend this motion. Madam Speaker, I received a telephone call about a month ago in my office from a gentleman who comes from Tana River County, in fact, within Garsen constituency, one of the constituencies in the county. And he called me to inform me that the victims of the bomb blast have been asked to get in touch with their senators so that the senators can create a list of people in a sense to make a follow-up for them to be compensated because they had not received anything. And then I looked at the order paper and I saw the Honorable Agnes Kavindu's motion, which had not been debated. It has been there for a long time. And I connected the two. So I purposed that when this motion comes before the House, I would support it. Because this motion, Madam Speaker, and the victims are not just people from Nairobi, people from Machakos. The people who are affected, Madam Speaker, include people from Tana River County, people who are looking for jobs here in Nairobi, people who are working in offices, people who are walking along the streets for leisure purposes, people who are affected from various counties, Madam Speaker. And this motion affects all of us, Madam Speaker. And so it is a good move today to second this idea that has come. Because, Madam Speaker, 7th August 1998 will remain a very big memory in the minds of many Kenyans who saw what happened that day, who watched on television, who heard the cries, who felt the pains of those who lost their loved ones, Madam Speaker. The American government, Madam Speaker, deployed 900 FBI agents. It was the biggest deployment of FBI outside America since the world wars, Madam Speaker. And they came here and combed every piece of evidence. And these bombs, they erupted simultaneously, the one in Dar es Salaam and the one in Nairobi. They named them the Ken bomb and the Tan bomb. And Madam Speaker, they collected a lot of evidence, a lot of information. And these people, Madam Speaker, they are thorough in their jobs. They have the records. And I wanted to agree with those speakers who spoke before me that in fact there is a sense of discrimination in the sense that they have the information, really. They have the knowledge of who was involved, who was affected, who died, who got hurt. Records are showing that 4,500 people were injured, amongst from those who were dead from that bomb blast. So, Madam Speaker, the spirit of this motion is to seek compensation. The spirit of this motion is not confrontational. Mheshimiwa Kavindu did not want us to file a suit. She did not want us to confront the American government. The spirit of this motion is that can we do something for those people who did not get anything? And suggestions have come here, Madam Speaker, that maybe we need to have some sort of a Senate committee. And this I support so that we can speak to our colleagues who are either congressmen on the other side or senators even, Madam Speaker, on the other side. So the spirit of this motion, Madam Speaker, needs to capture actually what we are talking about. And it is good, and I hope Honorable Agnes does not feel maybe bad about this, but it is good for us to adjourn it so that she can get the feeling of the Senate, amend it, get all this information, and see how you can accommodate all of us. And those ideas of us cooperating with the American government, those ideas of us forming a team that will probably engage directly with our colleagues, those ideas of Honorable Manzo of house-to-house engagements, Madam Speaker, they are very, very useful ideas. Therefore, I wholly second this motion and urge our colleagues to accept it so that we can make real movement. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The matter being debated today is a matter of great national importance, which has necessitated a motion to be moved by Senator Chiradige seeking to adjourn the debate so that the motion may be amended. Now, having considered Standing Order 110 and having considered the motion that has been moved by Senator Chiradige and seconded by Senator Mungatana, I do hereby direct that the debate be now adjourned to a later date and the relevant amendments be filed before the debate resumes next. I now put the question that the debate be now adjourned. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order. We have reorganized the order paper once again, so we'll have order number 20.
Order number 20, motion, the doping menace threatening Kenya's impeccable global reputation in athletics.
Senator Chiradige, you had 11 minutes to complete moving the motion, the debate on moving the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to continue. Madam Speaker, you gave me an opportunity to thank our brothers and sisters who performed very well in London Marathon and Boston Marathon a few weeks ago. The biggest challenge, Madam Speaker, is on the aspect and the issue of doping that is affecting athletics. It's not only athletics, it is football. It's not only football, it is any guy in rugby. And I know Senator Eddie, if I'm not wrong, he plays rugby, Madam Speaker. Football is in the team, the Senate Bunge FC. I know a number of them are playing football FC. I don't know what Senator Karungo can play, but from the look of things, some of the people might be good at night running. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, this threat is real. The issue of doping, and it is denting our image. You remember Russia was banned, Madam Speaker, because of doping menace, Madam Speaker. I want to urge at least let us run clean sports. If you are a footballer, you don't need to reach the level of Dennis Oliege or anybody else who plays in the league, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need to have athletes who are clean. And I want to say anti-doping agency has failed this country, Madam Speaker, the ADA. You know, there is a famous, Madam Speaker, famous footballer called Maguire. Now, Adak is behaving like Maguire, Madam Speaker. It's called Maguire, or I don't know, he's the player of Manchester United. Whenever he's on the defense of Manchester United, he normally aids the Manchester to be his own team to lose to get football, Madam Speaker. I respect the fans of Manchester United, but when you have somebody like Maguire, he's a liability in the team, because the moment Maguire comes, Madam Speaker, you are sure that your team will be scored on goal. So that is what is happening with anti-doping agents for us who are football lovers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are many athletes, a number of them, Madam Speaker, that have been blacklisted, Madam Speaker. But because of corruption in ADAC, Madam Speaker, anti-doping agency has not done one sensitization. Number two, has not tell us which substances are banned. Why are they banning athletes only? They need to ban laboratories that they are doing that. They need to ban the pharmacists, Madam Speaker. They need to recall license of doctors who aid some of these athletes and sportsmen and women to use doping substance, Madam Speaker. But what ADAC does, they only ban the athletes. They don't even allow DCI, Madam Speaker, to investigate people who are giving substance of doping to our men, young men and women, Madam Speaker. And we are being told the effect to biological of a person is very dangerous, Madam Speaker. Most of these athletes, after using these steroids and doping, Madam Speaker, their batteries are dead. They can't bear children, Madam Speaker. They shoot blanks, Madam Speaker. And therefore, this is a very serious public health issue, Madam Speaker. That as a nation we must sit. I fear for my younger generation, my age mates, Madam Speaker, because at least Senate, they used to refer Senate as Nyumba ya Wazee, but majority of the young people are here, Senator Eddie, myself. I don't see other senators, of course, who are young enough. Madam Speaker, this is a house where we have everybody on board. And we fear for our future generation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the biggest challenge is the issue of compliance. Up to today, ADAC or DCI or ESCC has never tabled a report. Madam Speaker, can you believe there are sports coaches, trainers, who come using tourism visa, but they are training our athletes in Kaptagat, or in Mount Kenya, or in Nairobi, using tourism visa. Madam Speaker, can you believe, you know, this country, just some things are shocking, Madam Speaker. Because how can a coach fly in all the way, using tourism visa, trains our athletes? Madam Speaker, which country are we living in? And you know, sports is our greatest resource as a nation. Kenya is known today, whenever you walk in the streets, in Europe, in America, and you tell somebody you come from Kenya who has never, they tell you like this, where people like this, where people are doing like this, where people run, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need to be serious as a country, Madam Speaker. We need to be serious. We can't allow our young men and women to be abused. Where is the immigration? Where is the Ministry of Interior? Where is the DCI? Where is the ESCC? Where is the NIS? I know NIS was being blamed, Madam Speaker, the other day because of Shakahola. And Madam Speaker, I saw the party leader of Senator Eddie Kisheru saying that that Shakahola annex is somewhere. Madam Speaker, as we blame the NSIS, what are they doing, the immigration officials? Until, Madam Speaker, until coaches who are not trained, we don't know what they do. They just walk in, wear sports shoes, wear tracksuit, and they say we want to train, Madam Speaker. In fact, if we are not careful, we can have even human trafficking, where we allow the Madam Speaker to...
Senator Chiralike, you will have 5 minutes, a balance of 5 minutes when the House resumes tomorrow at 2:30. Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 3rd May 2023 at 9:30 a.m.